but I won't slow down. Building my empire in this buzzing town. Casting my vision on the silver screen. My funded life, a vivid sheen. My funded futures light the way.
Good morning, traders. Happy Friday. Welcome to MyFunded Futures and MyFunded TV. I am Terry Trades 100, and we have our amazing traders, Bull, Barbie, and Nick Does Futures.
Good morning.
What's going on, guys?
Good morning. Good morning, chat. Good morning. I love Chuck Rose, a bee shack pigeon. Good morning, everyone. Happy Friday. Non-farm payrolls this morning.
We also got 10 o'clock news too. 10 a.m. news as well.
10 a.m. What news is at 10 a.m., Nick?
PMI. PMI is the big one I'm looking at.
PMI.
Ooh, what a week.
Yeah.
I'm so excited. Who would like to go first? Show us the magic
I'll
sauce.
go first because I think Barbie has more to talk about than me. So
It's already up there, getting the hair ready. Looking good.
So I'm only watching NASDAQ and ES. It's so funny because I was talking about how this was my target for the week. Once we hit this, it's kind of funny that we hit that and then we have completely reversed all the way down here to, I believe, this gap from July 17th. So let's just assume that the daily is going to close and disrespect this gap here. Okay. And I can see Barbie already laughing. Talking about disrespecting gaps. I am looking to target this weekly gap in here. This is my next draw. All right. So yes, I am bearish to open up today. I don't like how we have sold off a lot overnight. However, I do have some points of interest in here to look at. So we're kind of in the same gap on NQ and ES. This one from the 17th. But what I'm watching is a move away from this 1 hour gap. We have an SMT at the highs here with ES and NQ. And my target for today is probably going to be this low here from July 17th. So if I go out to the daily here, that is right here at 017. And I think it could get even, I think we could see even more downside past that myself. But that is really all I'm watching. I'm mainly looking at shorts. There is potential for us to pop back up into here and then go lower. I don't really see that getting above here, though. Getting above London highs. I'd be very, very surprised if we got above London highs today. But to me, it's looking like sort of like a midweek reversal. And, Friday's going to continue expanding. 22,843 isn't, out of the possibilities either. I noticed when we go lower, NQ goes really, really fast. And when we go higher, ES is kind of the one to take. But I'm going to be looking at shorts today. Like I said, we have SMT at the highs, but we also have 10 a.m. news. So watch out for that. I'll probably most likely be waiting for that. But we'll pass over to Barbie now.
Thank you, Nick.
Yeah, I guess a little bit trickier today. It's been a little bit easier because my favorite trading is buying bottoms and taking it to highs. When we're in a nice uptrend, that's really easy. But we don't have that right now. I started with the weekly today to show you that this is actually the biggest red candle that we've put in on a weekly candle in quite a while. So if you just, we had a decent one down here in the middle of May, but the last really kind of major ones were in April. So this is the first time we've had a really big downward candle. So I'm definitely kind of exercising some caution. So I tried to come up with a couple different ideas here, but I'll show you what that looks like. I was trying to remember if there was anything on the daily. Oh yeah, I did want to show you all this too. So on the daily, we're actually getting a pretty significant pullback too. When we're in a really strong bullish trend, what usually happens is price moves up and then it comes back down to just a median, but doesn't really make it through. So that's why I have the yellow 21 EMA on here. I find it to be a kind of good midpoint when I'm looking at the market in this way. So if we extend away from the 21 EMA, we'll come back to it, but usually bounce off of it. So where we are right now is on the 21 EMA. We're actually below it right now. So this is something that I'm really watching pretty closely, because if we start holding below this, then that's showing me that the market is shifting into a different mode where we can't just buy the median anymore. But it could be that this gets bought up today, in which case we are on the same trend. So I'm going to be really watching how this daily candle forms. You can see we do have a little bit of not a full gap, but an incomplete auction between today's open and yesterday's close. So that'll kind of end up being a price magnet, but price still has to have a catalyst to send us in the right direction to get it. So let's take a look at the chart. This is so the big ugly, well, they're pink on my chart, but red candles on the hourly overnight. We've been looking, I've been like, when are we getting this retracement? When are we getting this retracement? We kind of have to have a news catalyst to get that. We finally got that. We had, well, this is tariff day, right? This is the tariff deadline. So we know that there's going to be Trump stuff about tariffs today. Like that's on deck. And then we also kind of had some Russia aggression type news overnight too. So it makes a lot of sense when we have those kind of the geopolitical and the war news overnight. That's a really good catalyst to bring the market lower, which is what we got. And then we had Nick's favorite data point this morning, the non-farm payroll. And that came in technically a little bit mixed. Let me see if I have that pulled up. Okay, so yeah, that's this one right here. This is a really important number. The Fed watches this one really closely. So they actually revised last month's number down, and then we had an expectation for it to be higher than it was. So it's a little bit of a mixed result because it's higher than we were, which was a revised number down. So that's good, but we didn't. But it was technically a miss, so that's bad. So that puts the market in a little bit of a weird spot, right? So the Fed, normally if you have weaker NFP, that gives the Fed a signal that they can do a rate cut. There's lots of drama with the rate cuts right now, although the September meeting, which is our next one, is the one where we're really hoping we're going to finally get that rate cut. So who knows? This could help contribute to that. It'll also cause the dollar to get weaker. We saw that we've had that, and then we had gold move up. So we've had kind of a lot of drama with that. But as far as how that's going to end up looking on the indexes today, so there's a couple different things that can happen. One thing is I'm wondering if we're going to kind of get this retracement to test this very dramatic price down that we had, because we're going to have a gap down in the equities markets and the regular trading hours, ETFs and things. So we are going to have this gap down. Does the market want to come back up and test higher? Sometimes when we have this kind of mixed data point on a big number like NFP, but it was overall kind of like, it wasn't bad. It wasn't a bad number. It's just kind of mixed. Sometimes it can just create that choppy kind of grind higher if the market's going to make a bullish move higher. So if we get that grind higher, we're just below a zone right here. So that would be the first thing, was getting over this first zone here. So once we get over, so this zone is really 6309 up to 6317, roughly. You don't have to quote me on those exact to the tick numbers, but that is the support that the market found overnight. So first we have to get out of that, and we could kind of chop up into the 6333 before kind of slowing down, taking a little breather back, and then kind of continuing up to 6350. Technically, for the bulls to feel good, they would need to get it probably up above the 63.75 level on ES. That puts it back inside of the range where we were trading yesterday and kind of erases this overnight dump a little bit. So if I were a bull, that's where I would feel a lot more comfortable with the market. But they're up against a lot today with tariff news and any other kind of craziness that could come out of Russia and anything else that's going on. So on the flip side, if we continue to walk lower, which we could, the hourlies are in a good spot to bounce. Like this is a good spot to bounce. I don't know if we're going to get it in this climate. So I'm trying to also look at where we could potentially keep falling. And so I'm just looking at these old, I wanted to clean my chart up, but I just ran out of time this morning. But I was looking for some older levels out here below the 6,300 support that we could potentially be looking to target. And we do have an old adjusted all-time high down here at 62.85. I know the market loves to kind of target those old all-time highs. So I'm looking for that one. And then 62.66 and 62.50 below that if the market just keeps kind of being ugly today. I think kind of one last thing we can touch on. So July's over. We're on the last day of the month or the last day of the week, but the first day of the month. So it's a little bit weird today. We did get the typical bullish July. August can be a little bit more complicated, though. There's still a lot of people kind of on vacation. It's that last hurrah before school starts to get some last things in. And we have earnings season winding down, so it can get kind of quiet on the catalyst market, and we can kind of just start drifting a little bit. So I went and looked up the average return. So in August, the average returns are flat, pretty flat, but slightly lower. So August tends to close just a little bit red. Especially in a post-election year, in particular, has a slightly better chance. But overall, it tends to be pretty choppy. So a lot of that's just caution heading into the fall where things kind of change. So I think we could be kind of seeing some changes today. And so because of that, I'm going to be extra cautious, kind of waiting for these setups, and probably just be looking for scalps and getting in and out more quickly today, because I don't want to get caught up in anything too crazy today with news on a Friday. So
And the tariff news, possible tweets, and I think Trump already tweeted something out. Maybe two things, something about Powell before the NFP news came out.
I've got that one. Or this was right after the NFP. Too little, too late, Jerome. Too late, Powell is a disaster. Drop the rate. The good news is that the tariffs are bringing billions of dollars to the USA. He was up early, so Trump's on one today for sure. He was up early on one.
He has triple smashed. He has had his coffee, his Celsius. Let's go, you guys. Make sure you hit that smash button and subscribe and turn on your notifications. You never know when a flash sale might happen.
You never know when a flash sale might happen, huh, Terry? We're paying attention.
We never know. MyFundedFutures just dropped a poll in chat. Did the bull market cool off? Yes or no? Oh, it's a tough one. I don't know. What do you guys think? How are you going to vote?
Yeah, I mean, the tariff stuff is a little, it's different, you know. I mean, like usually when this happens, it's like the market is kind of like tricked out, I guess you could say. Like it immediately injects just a lot of volatility, you know, to the downside. And that tends to go to the downside, I'm sorry. But then immediately it will reverse off after like good news. So I feel like Trump also likes to test the market a little bit and see how he's a good temperature reader, I guess you could say. So he knows he can move the markets. So he likes to do that, you know, and he likes to test people's pain, their pain tolerance. So I think that's kind of what he's doing here. But I mean, even if, like Barbie said, even if we pull back to like weekly gap in here, like that's not very big, you know, like that's on the monthly, that's just like a normal pullback into a monthly gap as well. So it kind of is what it is. I mean, I I was wanting this level early July, but it never hit it. So I would love for us to see us go down here before going higher, you know?
Sometimes market just wants us to wait. Force patience.
Yeah, 100%. So
I am.
Go ahead.
Oh no, go ahead, Nick.
No, I was done.
I'm seeing questions about the bounty today. So we have something cooking, 2 different things today. Let's first set that bounty for the day. It gets our day started. What should we set it at for a Friday?
How about you pick, Terry?
I feel like this week was probably tough for many people, including myself. And it was a tricky week to trade, some volatility from overnight. We had big earnings this week. Let's set it at, how about we set it at 700? What do you guys think?
Let's do it.
Let's do it for Friday. Let's go. Last day of the week. Let's make it a good one. The bounty is set for 700 for likes and for views. And so while that's cooking, we will let that cook and let's try something different today. So you guys pull up your social media and make a post and tag MyFundedFutures and MyFundedTV on your social medias on X and Instagram and also on TikTok and hashtag. This is a very important part. Yes, MyFundedFutures says, listen up. This is very children, adults, everyone, listen. Make sure you tag MyFundedFutures. Hashtag MFFU. And that is the way that MyFundedFutures will be able to see that people shared our stream. And so after 25 posts, then MyFundedFutures will unleash a bounty for us, a prize, and it's going to be a good one. All right? Sound good? Type in yes if you're with me. We're going to try something a little different today. Freaky Friday. I can't believe I just said that. I haven't said Freaky Friday yet. Yes. Peter says yes. Mercy says yes. Junior says yes. Okay, so share the stream. Tag MyFundedFutures TV and MyFunded, the MFTV and MyFundedFutures. Make sure you hashtag MFFU and tell us why you like the stream. And MyFundedFutures, once MyFundedFutures sees 25 of those, then it will unlock a treasure for us.
Another creative opportunity.
I know. I love it. People are cooking back here. Sam says done. Thank you, Sam. Abhishek just shared all the details in chat. Done, done, done. WeWap. MyFundedFutures TV says WeWap. Says done. All right. About 11 minutes until the market is going to open.
How many positions you in right now, Terry?
0.
Really?
0.
Do you believe that? Do we need a lie detector?
No, it's true. It's true. 0, because I tried to smash and pass and I failed miserably. It was all smashed. So not passed, which is a good thing. It was
that is part of it. So if it's a smash or pass, there is the chance of not passing.
Yes, smashed. Exactly, like a pancake without any baking soda in it to make it fluffy. What is your favorite breakfast, you guys?
Ooh, I have to go with oh man, I kind of like a little bit of everything. It depends on the day, but like I'll do biscuits. I'm very versatile, you know. Like I'm kind of like a LeBron James at breakfast here. I can go get some assists, some rebounds, some points, some steals. So I can go biscuits and gravy. I can go hash browns. I can go scrambled eggs. I can go sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit. I can do it. Omelets.
Omelets.
You know
Yum.
what I mean? Pancakes have been hitting lately for me.
Yeah. Delicious. Oh, what about crepes? Do you like crepes?
Nah.
What? Almost
Nah.
everything. Yeah. Barbie, what's your favorite breakfast?
Yeah, see, those are turnovers. I don't like those.
Oh,
I'm not a huge breakfast person. I usually just have my smoothie.
ooh,
There's
so
too much going on in the morning.
healthy.
I can't sit still and eat a whole meal.
Yeah. Neo says Terry eats pizza and ice cream for breakfast. How did you know? I was actually eyeballing the leftover pizza. Let's see. Who else loves breakfast? Mr. Smith says bacon and eggs.
Yeah, I feel
Philip,
like breakfast for dinner is always, you can never go wrong there.
yeah, exactly. That's why McDonald's started that whole trend of breakfast all day long.
Did they bring it back though? I remember that was during COVID and then they took it back.
Oh, I thought they're still doing it. Now I feel like I have to Google this. I love McDonald's. So during COVID, the McDonald's line, the drive-through was still so long and always lots of
Mhm.
people like going to McDonald's. And I remember looking at McDonald's thinking, I should really buy stock in McDonald's because people are still like lined up for McDonald's, like in the very beginning of the pandemic when everyone was just like freaked out and didn't know what was going on. Yeah, people love McDonald's. Oh, yeah. Not everyone loves McDonald's, but a lot of people love McDonald's. Market's going to open in 8 minutes. And we are seeing red. NQ is red by over 300 points, about 300 points, and ES is red by about 70 points. We're finally getting some sellers in the market here. Barbie, are you looking like you're waiting for that entry for some swings, starting to, waiting, hoping?
Yes, like
she's in a fat short right now. She is in the hesitation in her voice. Yeah. He has moved the market.
Like I was saying, I kind of wanted to like we are in that spot, but I want to wait until we get through this tariff stuff today because it's still there's a potential for it to still get uglier. So I don't rush. You know me. I'm going to be patient.
Yes,
So.
you are so patient. Corey, the phone trader, is in the house. Good morning. Okay, chat, are you in any longs or any shorts right now? I'm flat. Nick, are you flat?
I'm flat. Yep.
Barbie, are you flat?
Yeah. This is well, almost always. There's a very rare exception, but I don't like to be in the market in this time right before the market opens.
Yeah, I can do some weird stuff before the market opens. It can be like a good setup that looks very good, and then all of a sudden, just shoots higher, and then it comes lower again. But yeah, we do have SMT here, but I could see us going up here and filling some of these inefficiencies up here. But just gonna wait till 9:30 for me.
Okay, 5 minutes.
I did pass one of those MyFundedFuture core. No, what? God, I can't keep track. The pro accounts.
Congratulations. I mean, that's not a big deal for you because you pass all the time, but it's very inspiring for us that struggle with passing sometimes. What setup?
I'm still excited for you, Nick. Even if it's your 100th, I'm still excited.
Yeah, for real, right? No,
I
was just talking about something just to talk. I
love
passed it. I passed on news. So
I'm excited for you to run it up. It's the pro count, and so the cap for each trader is 100K for sim funded. Oh, for sim funded, the cap is now $100,000 for each trader, so you can really run up that account.
Well, it counts, because you can do 5.
Yes, so it is still 15% off using code YouTube.
The bounty is 700. By the way, guys, 700, 700, 700. Yeah, you can do 5 pro accounts, and you can have. They just all have to be 50Ks, which 50K is enough leverage. It's enough. It's enough everything. Enough contracts. You know, you can do a lot of damage on those. There's no reason, like, if you're a profitable trader and your goal is like 8K a month, you can definitely do that with the pro accounts. You know.
Yes.
1.5K. Let's do some quick math here. 1.5K. Let's do it here. I'll share my screen. So, let's say you got 5 pro 50K accounts. Can someone switch my screen over? So, account 1. Let's just say you pull $2,000. The first month will probably be the hardest because you have to get above the buffer, right? So the buffer is $2,000. Okay. Anything over that is withdraw. Anything over that you can withdraw, right? And let's just say the first month you pull in 1.5K, all right? And you're copy trading these 1.5 so I think it's like what, 7,500? Yeah, 7,500 bucks. Okay. That's pretty freaking good, guys. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It's all about collecting leverage. That's the prop firm game.
Uh-huh.
How much leverage can you get?
Yeah, these are 5 pro 50 accounts. The buffer is $2,000, and anything above that you can withdraw. So once you hit 53,500, you can withdraw 1,500 bucks, and then what you do there is you rinse and repeat. A+ setups with good risk management. Boom. I just gave you guys a cheat code. Literally.
Thank you,
All you gotta do
Nick.
here. All you gotta do, you know, but this is the hardest part, right? Good risk management. And for me, it's 1 to 2 good setups per day, right? Now, I think this is being conservative. I think a lot of people can make more than 1,500 bucks. But even if you did, right? Let's just say you did $1,500, right? $1,500. Let's see, 1,500.
Oh, 6, 5,
Oh, yeah.
4, 3, 2, 1. Market is open. It is pushing down. Sorry to interrupt, Nick.
No, I mean, even if you're doing $1,500 a month, this is still 3% a month.
So
Or
good.
36% a year, right? I mean, that puts you in the top tier traders. So
Amazing. Cheat code.
Cheat code, literally. I do have a whole thing on this too.
Do you have a video?
I have like here. Let me see if I can pin it in here. 1 second. And then this is how I think one of my friends posted this, but I have it shared in my Discord, and I'll share it on here too, with you guys. I'm just gonna probably copy it into the on my trading view real quick. And this is how I would manage like the fundeds in terms of risk, right? While Terry and Barbie are trying to go short, I'll drop some knowledge Okay. So let's make this bigger. Forgot who shared this with me, but anyways, it's a good guide here. So I like to stay in the balanced range for a funded, right? So anything, whatever your drawdown is. So let's say on a 50K pro account, 50K pro account with a 2,500 with a what is it, $2,000 drawdown, right? Yeah, $2,000 drawdown, 3K profit target. So what would 15% of $2,000 be? I'd say what, 375, 300? Yeah, 300. So each trade you should risk should be no more than $300. Boom. There you go. That's if you're using the balance. Obviously, you can do the leverage, high risk, but yeah. What y'all think about that?
I like it. The cheat codes. Anything to help us.
Yeah. So if you copy traded, one thing you can do is you can do them in batches, right? You can do like if you got 8 accounts, you can do 4 and 4. You can do 3, 3 and 2, whatever you want to do, right? Yeah. So I'm in the balance range. I have the main accounts I have now are obviously MyFundedFutures, but I also have like a account that has, I think, 5,000 drawdown. So I'm risking about 675, I believe. Let me see, 5,000, yeah, 750 drawdown for me. So each trade I take is about $750, targeting 2-to-1 risk to reward, $1,500 win, right? And then sometimes and it's not like an A+ setup for me, I'll go down to the conservative risk. So I'm risking half of that. So I was like 375 per trade. Like if it's just kind of like the trade I had yesterday, for example, or was it maybe the day before that, wasn't the best setup, but I felt pretty good and it didn't work out. But I only lost 375. So you just got to know when you got to know your model pretty well, and just got to go from there. But why are we typing W's?
I think everyone wants to do it for good luck. The market did take out the overnight lows.
Yes, it's looking pretty ugly right now. So the VIX is still kind of hot a little bit here. So yeah, it's still pretty ugly. Ideally, if we were going to get that bullish move, it should have started pulling up by now. So we're almost down to that next level down here around 62.85 on ES now. But we do still have another big data point. Well, NFP I think is more important than PMI, but PMI is still a really big one coming yet. So we'll see if that keeps the market in this downtrend. How do we trade a downtrend? Does anybody remember? We haven't been here for a while. It's just the opposite of full but flipped, right? So yeah, we'll see if we get the 10 a.m. news confirming this new trend. It's hard to get short here because we're in a really good spot for even if we're going to continue lower, some sort of little pop, but we'll see.
It is hard to get short in areas like this. 100% agree with you. I agree 100%. Looks like the SMT on the highs is holding up here. Why is everyone typing W's? I don't understand.
It's for good luck. Nick
I think we missed something in chat.
What is going on?
You were delivering kind of your. I was really interested in it too. I could listen to more of it with your risk, how you deal with risk management in your prop firms. I think there was some.
Yeah, I mean, I can do more of those. I do a lot of. I know all about these prop firms, so I have a lot of stuff in my free Discord. It's under the guide section. If you guys check that out, Basically, all that stuff is in there. How I manage fundeds, how to manage evals. I'll go ahead and say it. I do evals a little bit different. I just like to rip them off at news release. Like I will literally full port them at news. If there's no consistency rule and you can pass in one day. If there isn't, I'll just wait for A+ setup, and then I'll risk a good amount in order to meet the consistency. Hold on one second. You have the house cleaners here, but y'all talk market.
Ooh, it's tanking, you guys. It's going down. We haven't seen this type of volatility in quite a few days, right?
It's been a bit. It's been a minute for sure.
We are making just NASDAQ keeps pushing, making new lows. We're trading below 23,000 right now.
Yeah, there's nothing real bullish to talk about right now. That's for sure. SPY has gapped down below its daily 21 EMA, so this is a little bit nasty today. We'll have to see. The thing that I'm watching today though is I'm thinking, I keep talking about these Friday afternoon news drops or news bombs. It's not just like a drop. It's like we get the news bombs on Friday afternoon. So I'm real cautious, kind of waiting to see what kind of tariff drama, Fed drama, Russia drama, what drama is coming this afternoon. And I think the market's kind of picking up on that a little bit too, or we've kind of wait for that Friday afternoon before we try to do anything too fancy. But the market's definitely looking a little scared right now.
People are taking their gains from July and running. They're like, nope, I'm going to lock in some gains. Lifetime Learner says monthly open too.
It is. So I was looking at that. So the August candle right now is red. We'll see if that holds. And the August candle tends to be, pretty flat or slightly red. Not the most exciting month seasonally, but in the post-election years, the years after we have a presidential election, it tends to be a little bit more volatile. So Anoop just passed an account. Let's go.
Let's go.
Oh, that reminded me. I was just going to kind of add to what Nick was talking about a little bit too. I think we all kind of, once you kind of start getting into prop firms and passing them more often, you kind of change your mentality, where I think that's kind of a general thing. We get less patient with the evals the more we earn. But when you're earning that first one, it's nice to do it with the actual kind of strategies that you plan on carrying on into your funded account. But then once you start kind of figuring out how all this process works, I think it is kind of normal to have your evaluation style and then your funded style. But that's really cool that Nick's sharing that in his Discord. So I love that. Someone was asking about the June lows. Where are our June lows? So the June low, it would actually be where we started June. So yeah, we started June around the 62.20s. That's a good observation. That could kind of be one of our potential targets down here. What I was looking at, and I actually just erased this box the other day. Do y'all remember when I had this box on the chart forever? Just like, we need to get out of this spot. Well, that's where we are. So right now I'm also hoping that we don't end up just kind of in the same consolidation spot on the daily where we're just putting in these. This was hard to trade. Y'all remember this was harder to trade than this, right? And even this stuff in here, just because we would get little moves up, little moves down, and the market would move throughout the day, but it was just, it was more of a choppy grind. And I worry if we get kind of hung out in here a little bit, we're going to be doing that until we're waiting for the next piece of news. So that's below the box or reclaim back above it. But that's one of the things that I'm kind of watching for today. It makes day trading not as exciting because we're kind of waiting. We don't want to be patient, but kind of that's on watch for sure.
Okay, I think I'm back here. The maid has moved to the other part of the house. So yeah, no, I think we were talking about evals. Yeah, evals, I'll be honest with you guys, they're pretty cheap. They got sales all the time. like unless they're like over like $200, I don't really care. Like I'll just rip them. Time is money for some people, so like I just rather not take forever trading an eval. I used to take forever trading evals because I didn't really. It was a big.
I think it's
priority.
good training to do that. It's really good training to take your time on an eval when you haven't
I
gotten
agree.
them before.
But like now, I don't want to trade an eval. You know what I mean? Like I'm just gonna like I'd better just like if
Give it to me.
Yeah, they call me. Oh, he loves to throw it on the black. I'm like, okay, I'm a gambler. Okay. Anyways, but yeah, I mean, you have to have an eval strategy. But as soon as I get that account funded, it immediately goes to okay. No, don't risk no more than 15% of the drawdown, and that's usually what I do. I stay pretty 1 and 2 trades. Usually the second trade, if I've lost the first one, I'm sizing down half. But yeah, it's all about risk management, right? I mean, if you have bad habits in the eval trading it, they're probably going to wear off funded. So, and I think evals is where a lot of people build bad habits too, because they're trying to like pass them and they click a lot of buttons. So maybe some of you guys would probably trade better on funded, to be honest with you. But I'm not suggesting to just freaking full pour evals.
See, I actually like that pressure a little bit. It keeps me from entering random crappy trades.
Yep. See, I'm the same way, but like at the same time, you do want people to trade their like you don't want people to blow their money, right? But at the same time, like I feel like people would trade better on funded than they do on eval because they got that they have that like their backs against the wall a little bit, so they have to focus on the rules a little bit more and they have to have better risk management. But and if they have good sizing, they won't be paralyzed to take trades, right? Like even people always say, oh, like that guide I just shared with you guys. Let me see if I can pull that up. I'll just paste it again. So this guide I shared with you guys on fundeds. I forgot who I got this from, but on this, like this is just a guide, right? So like let's just say you're trading a 50K account and you're risking $400, or let's say you're risking $300, right? Which is the 15%, right? But you feel like that's too much for you. So maybe size down to a point where like you're comfortable. Maybe it's $200. Maybe it's 150 per trade. It may take you longer to get there, but you're comfortable with that size, right? And then what you do there is you don't size up on that account. You just add another account, and then you're risking 150 or 200, right? So that's what I recommend. Be comfortable. Don't be content. Because if you're content, you're never going to get another account. You're always just going to be risking that one account. But if you're comfortable, you want to be comfortable with the size you're putting on. So if it's $300, $500, $200, keep that size. Go to a different account. Add another account, third account, fourth account, fifth account, and then from there let it cook, right? But yeah, this is just a guide. If you guys can screenshot this if you want, you can use this for your fundeds. But yeah, I definitely know what it's like for some people who pass the funded and then they get paralyzed, right? Because they're like they don't want to lose it. They're so attached.
Like, now what?
Yeah, right. Well, I think the best way to approach it, and when I did I did a panel back in January. I wish I had some of the footage. It was me, JCap, and some others. We did a panel, and we were talking about funded accounts and things. I told there was like one girl there. She just got, I think 10 accounts passed or whatever. And I told her, I was like, go ahead and assume. And she was paralyzed from taking trades. Like she was so scared to put on risk, right? So I told her, I'm like, let's go ahead and assume that you've already lost the account. Every trade from here on out, go ahead and assume that you've lost the trade. Like lost the accounts, okay, and then just trade. And she ended up getting, I think, like a 40K payout. It was about 5 months later in May, but she DM'd me and said she got like a 40K payout. So I thought that was kind of cool. But and then another thing too, with you got all these props, like say you only take a payout like not every month, but once every 2 months. Like that's still better than some of you guys that work in jobs, and it's just secondary income. So. Yeah, Ash was there too. Ash was at the panel. Ash was there. It was me, Ash, Tanya, Matt, and Jacob. It was a good one. That was a good one.
Whew.
Maybe we'll do another one.
Lots of goats.
How we were just missing you, Terry.
Oh. Oh, one day. I'm a goat in training. Oh, so market is looking ugly. We keep making new lows. A Nasdaq is down over 400 points, almost 450 points in the red. ES is down over 100 points. Yikes.
Well, you're a goat squared. Okay, so you're the greatest of all time in training. So
In
two
trading.
T's.
I like that. Did anyone catch a short? Holy smokes.
I only recently got tagged into the orb. I just didn't have an entry on the short. It's kind of a bummer when the market keeps moving without you, but you didn't have that entry. But it's one of those things that comes with experience. Like, you know that the entry, you know you're going to get another opportunity. Like, this is not the only opportunity that the market's ever going to give, is this little short on Friday morning. But so my kind of strategy today, when I don't see anything real obvious, is just to let my my systematic trades. I couldn't think of the word. It's Friday. I'm just letting my systematic trades do their thing. So that's what I have going on here. I'm still watching for an entry on something, but I think Nick and I kind of mentioned this earlier. We're already at lows. It's kind of a scary place to just sell, right? So I've got this little thing that I know over time is proven, but I didn't get a discretionary entry, unfortunately. And some of it's just the timing sometimes. But I do want to point out that when the market's dumping and I'm not in, I've just had to learn to be okay with it, because I know that there's going to be another opportunity.
Mm-hmm. This won't be the only opportunity ever, is what you're saying. There'll be more.
There's always more, always more. I miss plenty of them, but I catch plenty of them too, so it all works out.
Remember what I said about that 835 level, which is that July 16th low, looking more and more possible now.
Yeah.
There was an entry in here. Let me break this down. We remember I was talking about that hourly gap, and we had an SMT at the highs. We did have, an entry right here.
Is that right when we opened?
Right when we opened, those I don't really like them too much, especially when we've sold off a good bit overnight. Like, and then in order for that to work, right? Let's say you got a your stop losses right here. 2 are hit, obviously, right? But I mean, we sold off here. Let me break this down. So we sold off from this point to here, 300 points overnight. Am I expecting another 150 to make a 500 point range? No. So that's why I don't enter those trades. But I mean, it worked out. This is, if you're strictly just person who trades the pattern, trades the model, then great. It worked out. But not me, not today on a Friday. But let's see. But yeah, I would be, if you are in the short, I think 835 is the target. I think 835.50 is the target. So let's just say 835.50. We're literally, I think, like 20 points from it. So
This is very aggressive.
Very aggressive.
Yeah, in the Discord they're saying win bounce. Yeah, win bounce.
Ooh.
It's not looking so bouncy today. We're used to getting those bounces. It's not really offering that up today.
Yeah, that 62.80. I think, Barbie, you said it's 62.84 or somewhere around there. The high from before. ES is like 20 points below that.
Yeah, I think we're at like 60. The 60. Oh no, I lost the level. But yeah, I was like 60. Where were we? Over here on July. Yeah, 62.20s.
Oh, 62.20s. Okay, 40 more points below. It is just dipping down. So NQ is red by over 2%, you guys. Negative. ES is negative by 1.77%. It is just selling.
At least
People
we're
are selling.
synced. We're synced up today.
We are. How is Russell and Mr. YM doing today?
We can check on them in just a second. I had someone ask if I always target 1-to-1 with the orb, and this is actually an automated trade at this point. So I don't pick what it targets. It always targets. It starts with a 1-to-1. I actually like it when it's skewed the other way, but people get very upset, so I don't do it that way live. But yes, I always start with the 1-to-1, and then I get halfway to the profit target, I'll trail it. The reason I do it this way is in my back testing, this may be the most amount of money. So when you're live trading it, I know it can test your patience, but when I back tested it, it may be the most amount of money. And so forward testing, I've been using the same rules, and the account moves positively. So, but yeah, let's check in on the other. I lost my mouse. Let's check in on the other indexes real quick. So the entire market is synced up with this move right here. So that's kind of interesting. We keep looking, and there's always somebody. It's like I have character. When I think of ES and NASDAQ and YM, they all have like these little characters. They're all characters to me, but that's why they all have their own individual colors. But ES and NASDAQ, look at candle for candle, we're pretty well synced today. And then YM is the Dow. It's basically made the same move. It's a little bit different, but at least, trend wise, we're doing the same thing today. And then even the Russell is moving lower. So this is showing us that the entire market is in agreement with this move right now. At the same time, we've got dollar moving down. The dollar is very sensitive to things like NFP. So that's what this candle was right here. This was NFP on the dollar. And then the VIX moving up. So usually the dollar moves down, the indexes can move up. It's a little bit more complicated right now. That's why the VIX has been a better guide. And you can see the VIX, sure enough, completely opposite of the index charts right now. So, and it's over 20 now. This is ugly.
Wow.
Remember we were at 15 a couple days ago. So very different situation today.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I did see MyFundedFutures dropped a clue about the code. Did you guys see it?
I like how it's a little more intellectual now.
Yeah, let me see if I can find it. MyFundedFutures said the code is a combination of words. You can see one of the words. So that is a clue.
That's cool. Anyways, peeking at I'm going to show you guys this real quick. This is just like a trading risk plan. I posted a couple months back on my Twitter. But it's basically what I talk about all the freaking time, but just kind of summed up here. Aim for 1 trade per day, no more than two trades max per day. First trade's a loser, half risk on the second trade, no more than 3 to 4 losses in a week. Full risk, 10 to 15% drawdown, 2% personal capital, half risk, 5% drawdown, 0.5 to 1% personal capital. And the last thing here, limiting the number of trades we take per day, per week helps with the peace of mind. When I have peace of mind, trade bear. So that's what I was talking about in terms of you don't always have to, just because someone tells you, hey, you should risk 10%. But if you feel it's too much, then risk what you feel you have a better peace of mind with. Mm-hmm. And then have clear trading hours and stick to them. The more I try to look for something that's not there, I tend to overtrade. So I like to get in and out of the market. So within an hour and a half from now, I'll be out of the market for the week, and that's okay. So yeah, maybe you guys can screenshot this, but this is kind of what I use. Risk with the new segment. Yeah.
It's very important. Yeah. Hugo, I like your idea.
I don't even think some of these strategies people have, I know going on Twitter sometimes people are like, oh my God, you'll see people posting, you'll talk about the orb or the unicorn, or they'll talk about the fair value gap or whatever. And for a whole 2 months, it's just all over your feed. And then a month later, it's the next thing. It's the next thing. So any strategy can really work if you know.
It's all about the money management, really, at the end of the day.
Yeah, it really is. You know.
So I mean, because I mean, everybody's been on the internet. We know how that is, right? So if
Yeah.
I post a video about an orb, half of the comments will say, "Oh, this doesn't work." And even if I have like the actual, I don't post a video unless I have the receipts to back it up. So I will show my receipts, and somebody will still say it doesn't work. But there are a lot of it. It really depends on your actual entry and how you manage your risk and how you manage the trade over time.
My favorite one is the ICT stands for I can't trade. Yeah. Maybe he can't trade, but
that is the thing. He talks a big game, and that is the problem.
Yeah, I mean, maybe he can't trade. Maybe he's just a great marketer. You guys ever thought about that? Yeah.
I have. That's
guess
what I've been saying. That's what I've been saying.
Oh, there's the code, you guys. 25 free 50K scale accounts use code, and you have to fill in the blank.
ICT trader talking shit about ICT is insane. Not really when you think about it.
He doesn't want to be involved in the drama, y'all. He's here for the trades,
Bitcoin?
not the drama.
I'm sorry. I just don't believe Bitcoin's going to zero like ICT said. Okay.
Well,
And
that
I
was
don't
a good
believe
call.
we need
We're at 115 right now.
Oh,
yeah, he got you with the stealth code today. Stealth code.
Justin got it. Oh, Orazio King got it.
Yeah, Alias, I like the stealth mode too. I like these creative giveaways. I know that we made it really, really easy when we first started, but now we've got the Spark crew here. Y'all can figure this out.
Yeah, keeping us on our toes, something different, and spreading the love around.
One thing I know I got like 2 minutes before I head out, but I know it's been so short today, and I basically just yapped about trading risk and
I will listen to you yap about risk anytime, Nick.
Yes, Nick, it's so important.
And I'll shit talk ICT for you, Barbie. It's okay.
You know what I'm talking about, though.
Oh yeah, 100%. All my friends who trade ICT think the exact same thing as I do. It's all the unprofitable people that are like, you can't say that. I'm like, I can say whatever I want.
Yeah, but when you got the profits to back it up, you can. That's facts there.
Let's see here. Basically, I'm just gonna be looking for the 15-minute pullback into this 15-minute fair value gap, and then a move lower from here. This is about all. I mean, if you caught this entry on the 5-minute, this is great. It was just a little too early for me. We got news here, like 50 seconds. So maybe watch for a move up into this gap and then a move lower. And this 835.50 level is just a daily level. It's a daily low. It's the June 16th low. So that's the target. If you get a pullback into here, look to short down to here, and then I would just call it for the day, because this has been crazy. I did not expect, after a 300-point move down overnight, an extra 183 points the first 30 minutes of market open. I didn't see that happening.
Yeah.
Sometimes it happens,
Extreme. Where's Mike Extreme? He must be loving this move.
Mike Extreme, where you at?
Let's see here.
So Nick, any fun plans this weekend?
We're getting that the PMI news right now.
Ooh.
PMI data. That's what that candle was.
Mike Extreme is here.
Yeah, I'll head out here, guys. Let him transition in here. I'll see you guys back here on Monday. I don't think we have a whole lot of news next week. So, yeah. Peace, everybody. Hope you guys enjoyed that.
We did. Thanks, Nick. Have a great weekend.
835.50 hit, daily level hit. So peace.
Yes. That's your mic. That's his mic drop moment right there.
Yeah. Let's welcome Methodical Man.
What up?
Mytho.
How you guys doing?
Good. How are you?
Good.
Not too bad. Nice green morning so far, so can't complain.
So you caught a short, right?
I scalped a couple points on the short. I don't know. I've been in a little bit of a scalp mode this morning. I'm looking to soup the 779 area right now. So got me a limit ordered park down there at 776. Just looking for a little bounce in that area. So looks like you're in a short over there.
Yeah, I just took I had a little scalp, but my main trade here is I'm in both NASDAQ and ES long opening range breakouts. So I just got trailed. So my stop is now at break even. Oh, let me put this up. So that's the ES one just trailed to break even, and the NASDAQ one just trailed to break even. So these keep getting hit at break even this week. Hopefully this one actually runs to target. We'll see.
Yeah, we have relative equal lows on the hourly at 803, and then 779.75 is a key area I have marked out. Just look for a bounce there after we sweep that area. Going to risk 15 points off that, 15 points, just a little 1-to-1 with a mini.
Nice.
So, yeah, that's what we're doing.
So catch us up to speed. Since the last time you were on the show, how's it been going?
It's been good. I haven't really traded my best, but it's a daily fight, right? It's just how it goes. Just a mental thing. But
you know what I feel like though, when I feel like I'm like butting my head up against the market every single day, all of a sudden I'll have a day where just like the seas part and all of a sudden everything's back and it makes sense. And I'm like, oh yeah, like this is what trading is. I think it's kind of a cycle that our brains go through sometimes.
Well, I say it all the time in my stream. It's like if you're struggling one day, just walking away is the hardest thing in the world. But most of the time, if you can walk away, you'll come back the next day and kill it, as long as you don't do too much damage on the day that you kind of struggle there. So it's one of the hardest things to do is just to walk away. So we'll see.
I think Terry had that day the other day. She knows.
Yes, I know. What's your favorite type of market condition, Methodical Man?
I love volatility. So on a day like today where we get kind of quick moves, I'm an impatient person naturally. So I want the market to either hit my profit target or my stop loss quickly. So I like days where it's volatile like this. So you can either lose a lot or make a lot, right? On a day like today. So that's the days that I like the best. So
yeah, I've found that sometimes if I get into like a losing streak or a trading slump, sometimes it's like my market conditions are just off. Like I typically like the volatile days, and so I can just easily lose accounts and chop. Like it can, for me, like, as a developing trader, like I can just, it's easier for me to go on tilt on those days. And I'm not sure if there are other traders that experience that, where it's like, oh, wait a minute, maybe like my market conditions are just off for me right now.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I try to look for different spots to take different types of trades. I don't usually just stick to one strategy. It's probably a bad thing, but I like sometimes I trade much more conservatively on the funded accounts, obviously, than I do on evals. Evals, we definitely take the aggressive approach. So on days where
we were just talking about that.
yeah, or it's super volatile, that's where I kind of see. This is right here making me change my mind about the 79 area. We might not. Do we make it down there or not? I don't know. We might get that push back up into that 50-60% range, 50% range first, but this might just be trapping some people who shorted late, I guess.
I like it when we have a move down in pre-market and then retrace at least some of it to be able to get in the move. And we just opened and immediately continued. So that's what was hard for me to get into a short, but.
Yeah, I like to take a 15-second opening range trade. This morning, it stayed in it longer than I've seen it stay in that opening range for like in a while. It stayed in that opening range for probably 2 candles.
Even the 15-second?
Yeah, that's what I do. Yeah.
That's so cool. Junior Day says, Methodical is the man, helped me stay confident with futures.
Let's go.
Yay.
Let's go, Junior and Dace.
But yeah, I'm looking for a little bounce play here. This is not typically like how I trade, but I do think that I should probably wait for the reaction instead of just having a limit order down there. But like I said, it's an eval, so we're gonna be a little more aggressive with it. If it loses, it's not the end of the world. We are green $211 on this account, so it'll be small red if it loses. So not a big deal.
Yeah, NASDAQ is already down 500 plus points in the red. ES is down over 120 points. It's like,
Yeah, and this is normal, right? People panic, they freak out, but at the end of the day, this is normal. I mean, you have people who are like, when we pulled back, 7,000 points earlier in the year, they're like, oh my God, the market's crashing. And at the end of the day, it's just it's a relatively, maybe a little extreme, but it's just an adjustment. That's all it is.
yeah.
So,
Pine Tree Trader. Oh,
go
sorry.
ahead.
Pine Tree Trader says he trades inside bars. Don't let him fool you with the ICT stuff.
Yeah, I do. I'm going to take a stab long here, guys.
All right, let's go.
It's going to target like that 900 area. Stop to break even. Really right about now. Let's see if we can get a squeeze here.
Ooh, look at it go.
It's going.
And it's going to probably stop me out, but zoom in a little bit so we can see.
Yeah.
Yeah, it stopped me out. That's all right. Might have moved the stop to break even a little quickly there. Maybe should wait for like that 902 area. Actually, probably shouldn't move it to break even, huh? I don't know. I'm not quite sure. I mean, we still left the sell side down here, but the market's been doing that a lot lately. I don't know if you guys noticed that a couple of days ago where we had an obvious buy side level and it moved within a point or two of it, pulled back 150 points, and then later in the day came back and swept it. It's just sometimes it's leaving these levels and then coming back later and cleaning them up. So I don't know. We put in a little OB there. I just kind of thought we might hold and go. That's why I go stop to break even quickly. So I did give 13 points. I mean, it looked tiny, but it was 13 points, which at the end of the day it's not nothing with a mini, right?
13 is a lot. Yeah.
It's not nothing. I mean, so
that's like a fancy dinner. 13 points.
Did you take the 15-minute orb as well, Terry, or no?
No, I did not. I did pass or smash my evals in pre-market, and they all got smashed as flat as a pancake.
I see why Pine Tree said that just now. I was talking to you guys, and I completely missed that inside bar at 955.
Oh, dang it.
That ran through that 802 level. It paid like 50 points.
Oof.
More than that. What did that pay? 68 points. That's why he said that, huh? I guarantee he took that.
Yeah. The first inside bar has been printing during New York.
And so this is kind of what I was looking at here. We did sweep sell side liquidity technically. I thought we'd make it a little lower, but we had a 1 minute inverse here. That's where I took my long. Technically speaking, the close, you should stop out on the trade on a close back below. And then your first swing high would be your break even stop. I didn't play it that way here because this is just such a big gap. 40 points with a mini. I can't have my stop at 40 points. So can't risk $800 on that trade.
Yeah.
So that's the reason why I moved stop to break even super quick. But it is a trade that makes sense, right? I mean, it does make sense from a fib perspective for us to push back up into like, I marked out that 980 level before, but yeah, realistically, still kind of that same zone, maybe at least 950. There is that 15-minute gap there that you guys were mentioning earlier as well. So maybe a push back up into this pivot point, 945, 950 area would kind of make sense. And then continue lower. I do think we take out the 779 level at some point. It's just when. So.
Methodical Man, what times of the day do you typically stream?
I'm streaming at 9:15 to usually around noon every day.
Mhm.
And then recently I've been picking up the Globex session. I mean, either doing 6 to 9 or 8 to 11. I'm a baseball coach for a 14U baseball team. So it depends on if we have practice or not, or games. So
The kids are always cramping my style for the Globex session too. I'm always driving
Yeah.
somebody.
yeah, baseball's a lot of fun though. You know, it's one of those
Yeah.
things. I try
No, it's
not to
good
take it
have
too
stuff
serious.
outside. You
Yeah, I
have to
try
have
not to
stuff
take it too
outside
serious,
for
but unfortunately I'm a competitive person.
Yeah.
So that comes out in my coaching sometimes.
Oops.
Have
You
you
know.
seen parents like get cray?
Yeah, for sure. There's a few of them that are, my kids' players or my kids' parents, but
Yeah.
they don't. Some of them don't like the way I coach. Some of them think that, they think it's awesome. So I'm not a coach that stands over there and says nothing. If you do something wrong, I don't care who you are, you're going to hear from me. So some people can't deal with that type of stuff, but it's just a part of it. So. But yeah, it's a lot of fun. Something I enjoy doing. I yell at my own the most, I feel like.
Well, hopefully you're not taking a bad trading day out on them. That's all.
No, I wipe my mind. Like I don't know. I mean, I've been told that I'm pissy, whatever it is, for the rest of the day if I have a losing day. But I don't know. I feel like I do a pretty decent job about just kind of wiping my mind of it. So at least I think I do. I don't know. That's what I tell myself.
I hope so.
Is that what
Yeah.
you guys do? Do you carry it for the rest of the day?
Like
I did when I first started. I had a rough time kind of learning to separate that. That was one thing I had to learn to do. So
Design
not
Knob
come
wants to know,
naturally.
where's Max? Max is over here asleep. Design. It's probably a good thing, because I don't know if you guys want to hear all the barking. I have a Dachshund named Max, so
oh, so cute. I want to see your dog.
I can't wake him up.
Oh.
He hates being on camera too. He is like terrified when I pick him up. So
He just knows.
yeah,
It's
he
the
don't
camera.
like it at all. We have the 50 EMA touch here. I normally would play this little 50 EMA touch. I like to take the first 50 EMA touch on like a really trendy move.
Mhm.
But the reason I don't want to take this one, just because we kind of got some momentum back to the upside here. But I would just do a 1-to-1, 10 points for 10 points. It already hit. Typically, that's a play that I typically would take on my stream. But
Well, you take some little tiny scalps.
I do. I'm a scalper. 10 points is enough for me.
10 NASDAQ points for me is like a micro scalp. It's interesting to me how two different scalp trades could be so different sometimes. I think I'm scalping if it's like less than a few minutes, but it always impresses me that y'all are like, yep, I'm done, booked that. It's like, wow, y'all, you were so fast. I didn't even notice you entered.
Jamie said he has a 90% win ratio when Max barks. So
oh yeah,
the ultimate indicator. He doesn't tell you which way unless you speak dog. I don't know. Either you guys speak dog?
Sometimes, not always.
Yeah, sometimes.
I have no idea what he's saying, but yeah, I'll be in a
We're
position. I'm
doing
like,
it,
should I
joking.
exit? What are you saying there, Max? Do I go break even? I don't know.
I just dropped Methodical Man's channel link in the stream. You guys go and sub if you haven't subbed already.
Yeah, come on over and join us. Why not? We try to have some fun if we can. I try not to degen it up too much. I'm not as degen as, say, Pine Tree. I know that, on the stream, Pine Tree likes to, he gives this facade that he's not degen, but we all know. We all know the truth. Oh, my ninja just disconnected. Anybody else have that happen?
Oh, no.
Connection lost.
I hate that when I get that all the
ahead.
time. My little country internet. It comes right back though.
I'd rather hear connection lost than order filled. And then you just freak out like, what?
What did I do? Where was the order? Yeah,
I've had that happen before, especially using the copy trader.
Yeah, I've had it when I'm like on the other side of the house too. And I'm like, oh, what was that? I'm not trading anymore.
Yeah. My internet goes out all the time. I was literally streaming, I think, Monday, and my entire system just crashed. Oh, Max woke up. He heard something outside. I don't know if you guys heard that little roof. There it is. So yeah, he's come here, Max. I'll see if he'll come here. I'll show him to you guys. Come here.
Oh.
He's looking at me like I'm crazy. I'm telling you.
Oh.
He
doesn't like it.
He says, I know what you're trying to do. Yeah, he does not like to be on camera.
He's shy.
Well, he doesn't like to be picked up and held because, like, I'll just hold him up here. He doesn't like to be held like that. So you see, we're working up into that 950 area. I do think 960, maybe a back test of 84 on the ES could be a good spot to kind of maybe take a short to target lower. You know, if you think that sell side's already been ran, then maybe that's not something you want to take. But I still think we clear out the 779. Did you get stopped to break even there, Bull Barbie?
Yeah, I got scratched out on both of those. So that's kind of been the theme of the week with that trade. Oh, well.
Let's check out let's check out the 3 minutes, see what we're looking like here. Yeah, sometimes I like to use the 3 minute for looking at some gaps or something, but
yeah,
really
unfortunately, it's not really played into what I was hoping would happen. Where the short I liked was going back up into the pre-market trading, and we didn't really get that, and so now I'm having to kind of reevaluate my plan a little bit. But I kind of like on ES, if we retest, it's kind of hard because the problem is we spent so much time trading these levels before that they're not as clean. So it's a little bit harder. But I was looking at maybe the 62.75 level, maybe the 62.85 level up here is kind of where that might retrace up to. But it's just not real clean to me right now.
I think
and some days aren't.
I'll probably short if ES retests 84 here.
That's,
if it can retest and hold.
Yeah, we had an old all-time high there. I guess it was an adjusted one.
Right now, holding up at 77. It may not make it.
Yeah, I like using those prior all-time highs. And yeah.
I don't use a whole lot of indicators. I like to use the EMA sometimes. They're just, you know, for eval trading, I think the EMAs are fine. I don't typically use them for my funded stuff. My main strategy is actually like this inversion model here. That's my main strategy that I use on my fundeds. But this gap is just so big. I just couldn't, you know, I couldn't hold it. I still took it, but obviously we didn't hold it. But I do think if the ES recovers 84 here, we probably retest the whole number. And then we I like to see like how the how price reacts to like that 50%, 61% level. If we get into those zones and we kind of start consolidating, then it's usually a sign that we're going to just continue lower, continue in the direction that we were going. So, but I don't typically just take like I feel trades, but we may take one here. We'll see.
What's your favorite? Do you have a favorite like strategy?
The inversion strategy is my favorite. Has the highest win rate, and just sometimes the stops are bigger. Sometimes it's negative R, but that's my favorite strategy that I use. So basically, you just look for a sweep of liquidity, and then decent momentum back through a bearish gap. So this was not quite V-shape enough. I mean, like if this candle here it closed above on its own, then that's, you know, that would be a very, very good sign that we're at least going to go to the next internal liquidity. So you got to think it's kind of fading people who short gaps, because you're going to have a lot of stops sitting up here, right? So if we blast through this gap and it hits these stops, you know, price is likely to expand, to continue higher. So the only thing here, I mean, we souped that 803 level, and I mean, like I said, we just kind of chopped in here, didn't really close above quickly, but I still think it would have been it was a decent play. But unfortunately, I do move my stop too soon sometimes. That's one of my downfalls. So Ravi wants to know, how many years of experience do I have? Well, I'm 45 years old, Ravi. So if we're just talking about experience in general, we got 45 years. But trading, 3 years. So right around 3 years. But I've done it all in 3 years. I've traded probably every strategy you can think of. And we have thousands and thousands of hours of screen time, and that's the most important. You know, I preach that all the time. Go ahead.
Did you jump around a lot from strategy to strategy at first?
Yes, because you got to find out what works. And here's the deal. Like, I mean, I said this first time I was on, you know, you got to find a strategy that works with your personality. If it doesn't work with your personality, if you're not a person who can hold a trade for half an hour, then having a strategy that requires you to do so is not going to work. And I found out very quickly that I'm not that person. I'm a person that I need to have a high win rate, and I need to have either instant death or instant success on the trade, you know, within a few minutes. So found that out very quickly. Pi, I don't trade volume profile, but I don't see anything wrong with it. I'm one of those people, like, I believe any strategy can work for anybody. You don't have, there's not one magical strategy that works and another one doesn't. It comes down to the person that's trading and screen time. So there's no real mechanical strategy that's going to make you money, in my opinion. But I do use a few mechanical strategies. You know, I think they're fun for they're good for like evals and things like that. But overall on funded accounts, I think you have to see the market and react to it. So long term anyway. But like I said, I do use a mechanical strategy. I like the 15-second opening range. It's the same idea as the 15-minute. It's just 15 seconds.
Yeah, you showed us last time.
You were talking about how you like those much faster trades, so that makes sense. If my personality is a longer trade, it makes sense I look for the 15-minute, and you like those really fast trades, so you look at the 15-second.
Yeah, I just go for like 4 points with larger size. That's all. And I usually do it on an eval. So it's not something that that I'm going to do with a funded account necessarily, but you know, nice eval play. And you got to think, like, a lot of times with your evals, if you're full porting, you know, you might need 20 points, 25, 30 points. What the market goes in one direction, like it did this morning. If you get the direction correct, you're going to get those points quickly. So just one of those things.
Ansel Sod said, myth talking about strategies that work for your personality is one of the realest things I will agree on. That's why he's scalping.
Yep, exactly. That's why I don't take strategies. And, you know, I trade the inversion model, but which is an ICT concept, but I could never, like the silver bullet where you're going for a 2R or something like that. I just can't do it because it requires you to hold for, you know, 40 points, 80 points, whatever the case may be. And I just can't do it. So,
well, I thought that I was going to be interested in these really, really quick trades when I first started. And then I also have kind of played with all the different styles, and I ended up liking probably somewhere between like a longer day trade and a scalp. But I think that's a really good point to make. We're always talking about how you have to kind of find yourself through trading. Like that's part of what the journey is. But that's definitely a big skill, is finding your little niche for your style.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I'll give you Tom Sabo, for example. I mean, Tom can hold, you know, he holds trades for crazy amounts of time sometimes.
Yeah.
So he takes those longer type of trades. And I don't know. It's just not me. I'm a scalper. I'm in and out. That's why I tell people, like, if you're watching my stream, you know, there's no signal service. There's no following trades, because by the time you get in, I'm out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's just not how it happens. A 5-second delay, it might be a 5-second trade sometimes. So
MyFundedFutures just dropped a survey in chat. What's your average RR? Below 1, 1 to 2, 2 to 3, or 3 plus? Methodical Man, yours is about 1 to 1 usually?
yeah, I'm a 1R trader. I don't typically go for more than that unless there's volatility. You can see here I've got a 1.5 set up on my bracket right now, just because of the decent amount of volatility that we're having. But typically just go for 1R, 70 to 80% where I like to be at on the win rate. And, you know, that's kind of where we want to be. That includes break-even trades. I count break-even trades as winners because you didn't lose. So,
yeah, I was about to say they're not losers. I've gotten crap for that before too. And I was like, but it's not a loss. Like a loss takes money out of my account, and I didn't do that.
yeah, I mean, if it's not a loss, then it's a positive trade, even if it's break even. So
I support you on that.
George says his RR is stop field. All right. Sounds good. So, yeah, I mean, you think about NASDAQ sometimes and you're like, man, how hard is it to get 5 points? How hard is it to get 10 points, right? Sounds super easy.
It
But
does.
it can be very difficult sometimes to find 10 points.
Very. And
well,
to
you
be
have to find that
consistent.
10 point. Yeah, you have to find that 10 points before it moves in the opposite direction too far. That's the trick.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
right. So, I mean, I blew some accounts maybe 2 weeks ago. I've been kind of taking a little bit of a rest on the funded accounts because I had blew some and I had a 1-to-1, 10 point stop, 10 point take profit. And it wasn't that I went on tilt. It was just, strategy. The spots that I was picking to take those trades every day just didn't work. I would take eval trades that would be perfect. And then I would switch to my fundeds and just didn't work. So,
And sometimes that's just the randomness of the trades, of the probability that your strategy can just hit a lot of losers in a row. And that doesn't mean that anything is wrong or you need to change anything. Sometimes it's just random.
I'm going to stab short here. Again, we're kind of retesting that 84 level on the ES there. I'm probably in a little soon, so I'm going to stretch the stop a little bit here. I do kind of want to see it hold below 90, though. I'm just thinking, again, a little scalp here. I'll probably go stop to break even like 66, 67 area.
Go, go, go.
You got to specify direction, Terry. You just can't just say go. Go down.
Go whichever
All right, stop to break
direction
even.
Methodical Man wants it to go. Let's go.
It's 3 points away from it.
Come on, do the thing.
Do it for us.
All right, I'm going to take it. Just going to take it right there. So nice little 12-point winner. Can't complain.
Woo-hoo.
And again, I'm just using that level that I talked about. I think I'm in a little early here. I think one more push up, maybe into the 95s, even the 23,000 level might make sense. But just trying to take a little scalp there. ES held that 77 on the little retest here. So we'll see how it reacts again to that 84 level. And that's what I look for. I just try to pick spots where I'm not necessarily going with the most recent trend, right? I'm just looking for spots where I'm going to get reactions. 10 points here, 12 points there, nothing crazy. So now you can see my taking that off, it would have stopped me out break even. I use discretion with whether I take it off or not. So I just felt like it might bounce there. I saw the ES retest in 77. So we decided to abandon ship. So we're up 387 on that account now.
Nice. I like how you manage risk, like with quickly moving your stop, and then with the 1-to-1, it's very clear. It's like lower stress in some ways.
Yeah, well, right here, that's 10 points. So moving the stop at 86 or 66 is my thought process. Is just like, okay, I'm 10 points in profit there. I don't want to give it back, so that's kind of how we do that. What up, David? How you doing? So, but yeah, I mean, we try to keep it simple like that. I try not to, and I tell people this: you get profit, exit the market. The market is here to take your money. And so if you're green, walk away. Get outside, go do something, walk away from the charts, close the computer down, don't come back. What the market does while you're not in front of the computer is irrelevant. And, that's one of the things that I do pretty well. If I get green, I walk away green. I'm not going to continue to take trades just because I'm in front of the computer. Now, if I'm streaming and there's an eval, that's a different story. But if you're on your funded accounts and you've got green, just walk away. No point staying in here.
Yeah. Thank you, Methodical Man. Abhishek just dropped your stream channel in our chat. Everyone click on it, go subscribe, check out Methodical Man if you're not already subscribing. Last minute thoughts, words that you'd like to share with our viewers before you head out?
Not too much. Just like what I said. I mean, if you got some green, walk away with the green. I mean, if you're red, walk away with the red. I think, you guys were kind of mentioning some risk management stuff earlier, 1 to 2 trades per day. I mean, that's a huge deal. If you can keep it to 1 to 2 trades per day, if you lose 2 trades in a row, it's just not your day. You're not seeing it, right? You're not seeing it. So just walk away. There's going to be another day where it's going to be much, much easier for you to trade. And I know that's the hardest thing in the world to do. It's the easiest and the hardest thing to do, right? So
I think sometimes it's hard because we see other people winning, but that goes back to that just different personality. So some people's strategies are going to play better on some days than others.
Exactly. And it is Friday. So if you do have green, you don't want to go in the weekend red. Let's take the green and walk.
I like it. Barbie, last minute thoughts that you'd like to share with everyone?
Well, I agree. I agree with Mytho totally here. Don't screw up your weekend on a Friday. It is it's the last day of the week, but it's the first day of the month, and we do have all this news coming. So get your green and get out, or accept your red and get out, and let's go have a great weekend, a great reset, because we're gonna come make the most of it again next week. So.
All right. Thanks, Barbie. Thank you, Methodical Man. We cannot wait to have you on again, Methodical Man. And we'll see you on Monday, Barbie.
All right. See you guys.
Bye. Let's welcome Ash to the show. Come on down. Hey, Ash.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm doing good. Very happy that it's Friday. How about yourself?
Yes, happy it's Friday. Look, did you see my sign?
What was that? I don't think I did.
Oh, on my screen,
Let's
in the picture frame.
I love MyFunded TV. Let's go.
Let's go. That was really fun. We had Methodical Man on again.
Hold on. Sorry, just go back to the sign. Did you make that yourself, or is that?
No, it's virtual.
So it's just like my piano.
Yeah. I actually had your background up, and then Nick was like, Terry, are you visiting Ash today? I was like, oh, okay. I should definitely pick a different one.
That's awesome. That's awesome that you can do it virtual, though.
Yeah, isn't it? It's fun. So I will pass the baton to you. Have a great show and a great weekend, and I will see you on Monday.
All righty. Have a nice weekend.
Thank you. Bye, Ash. Bye, chat.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Happy Friday. You have made it to the end of another week. Go ahead and give yourself a pat on the back if you survived this week, okay? Because quite some moves we had here. We'll get into price action in a minute. Just want to take a second to say hi to the community, say good morning to everybody, see how everybody's doing, and then we'll get into some price action. But price action has been quite difficult. So once again, if you've survived this week, give yourself a pat on the back, because this game is, whoever survives will give themselves another opportunity. So just know that there's always going to be another opportunity. You don't have to, leverage yourself, overtrade yourself to the point where you can't make it to the end of the week. So if you've made it to Friday, congratulations. Let's continue to keep working. But how's everybody doing today? How's everybody's day going so far? Raider T, good morning. Sam, good morning. Lucas, what's up? Hugo, what's up? Omar, what's up? MyFundedFutures, good morning. No Luck, Pure Skill, how are you doing today? Less Trades, good morning. Lee, what's up? Jovan, what's up? Neo, what's up? Hello, hello, hello. Brian, what's up? Leon, what's up? How's everybody's day going? Happy Friday. Very excited that it's Friday. Get a chance to reset, recharge, go touch some grass this weekend, do something good for the soul. That way we can come back Monday ready to work. But before we do that, we don't stop before the finish line. We sprint through it. All right, so let's get one more good session in. Let's close out today, focusing on our business, gaining more conviction. So just going to take a moment to say hi to everybody, see how everybody's doing. Then we'll talk about the move here. We had NFP this morning. We had news there at 10 o'clock as well. So quite the move. I'll explain how I feel about the move and what I'm doing with it. Let's go ahead and throw a 1 in chat if you're green on the day, throw a 2 in chat if you're red on the day, and throw a 3 in chat if you have not traded today. We had non-farm payroll there at 8:30. And for anybody that deals with non-farm payroll, I know a lot of people like to use the news release as a way to expedite evals. There's something to talk about here. Seeing that we had such a large range overnight kind of explains why the NFP release was a bit lethargic. Okay. For a lot of people that have been watching non-farm payroll releases, CPI releases, FOMCs, a non-farm payroll release normally goes 60 to 100 points within one candle. Right. So to see how lethargic the non-farm payroll release was, it's kind of because of the overnight move, right? The candle's not going to expand 1,000 points on one day. So seeing that we had such a large overnight move, makes sense that non-farm payroll didn't move that much. But let's get into the higher time frames. Let's talk about what's going on here. The Bears finally got to step in. The Bears finally got a chance to make a move. Congratulations to them. The Bulls are quite exhausted. It's been quite the bullish move. We really haven't had any pullbacks during this run up. So I would love to see a nice pullback. Now that we got a decent move here, I'll look a little bit lower. The thing that's saying it to me, right, was the daily chart. So we had been speaking about waiting for something overly obvious on the daily chart to flip our bias from being bullish to bearish. Well, this is what I'm referring to, right? So I had been pointing to this gap earlier in the week, and that gap did a good job sending prices to new all-time highs. But after we took out new all-time highs, price then immediately reversed and then took out that gap. Right? It no longer found support at the gap. And since it didn't find any support at that gap, this move lower made a lot of sense. Right? So when you're bullish, you want to see these act as a form of support. When price is visiting one of these and it just cuts right through it without showing any form of support, right? That's a sign that the selling's not done yet, right? We may want to go down to this low then. We may want to go down to this other gap then. These other areas of interest on the daily chart. So in my opinion, it was very clear. It's very unfortunate that, this happens overnight. So, if you're not a London trader, if you're not an Asia trader, you may not have been able to take advantage of the entire move. You could have found something there during non-farm payroll. We'll take a look at New York Open there in a minute. But just getting ourselves aligned with the daily time frame, because that's where I get my bias from. So we're just going to go through the daily time frames real quick for our assets. That way we can stay up to date with current price. Okay, so in my opinion, it was overly obvious when price no longer found support here. Once price got through the daily FVG, that made sense for it to make a move to the lows. And it's the same exact thing there on NQ. So we had a gap in here that we were looking at. This one here. As soon as we go and close below it, we then run to the lows. So price did a nice move lower. Congratulations to the Bears. This doesn't change my overall perspective of the market. We just simply need a pullback, right? We need price to come back into a discount so that we can continue the overall trend. On a macro perspective, it's never going to change for me. This market has always made new all-time highs, okay? No matter how harsh the pullback was, no matter how long the pullback was, we still continue to make new all-time highs. So I'm saying that to give perspective because, yes, the market doesn't move in one direction. Okay, so if we were to get a move lower, that's great. In my opinion, a move lower would be another long-term buying opportunity. So the same exact thing that happened back in April, right, when I was talking about long-term purchases then, that's kind of what I'm referring to, is that I would like to see a pullback, right? Let's get price back into a discount. Let's take a look at this range here. See where a discount would be, right? No, I'm not saying this is what's going to happen, okay? I'm not looking to predict the future. What I'm saying is if this happens, this is how I'm approaching it, okay? So all the money that we've been making in the live account during the run up through our day trading, right, our active source of income, that's where we would then position it for the long term. You take that active source of income, then you put it towards passive sources. So I would like to see another long-term purchase, right? A passive source would be that long-term purchase. So we'll take all those profits, we'll set it aside for now. We'll just be patient and wait and see if price can pull back. If price pulls back, that's when I'm looking for a long-term purchase for the overall macro trend. So I'm not saying it's going to happen. I'm saying if this happens, this is what I would look for, okay? In terms of intraday trades, on a intraday basis, that's where I'm saying right now I'm just going to be patient, right? I don't need to over leverage myself. I don't need to over trade. I don't need to hand back those profits that have been made, right? Just be patient and wait. If you see a clean opportunity, go ahead and continue to keep day trading. We still need that active source of income, but it's been a very good couple months, right? Time to take a step back, allow the market to pull back, and, you know, some areas of interest that would intrigue me is the gaps. Once again, all that I'm doing here on the daily time frame is looking at fair value gaps and swing highs or swing lows. So those are the areas that I'll look to see if we're going to continue to keep moving lower. I also analyze those areas. So, for example, right, if we're going to create a bearish gap here, it's very small, but it is a gap, right? If we're going to create a bearish gap here, then I would look to see if that's a form of resistance for continued lower prices. The same way we were using it for higher prices, right? Remember this conversation, how we were using it as a form of support, right? Here was a form of support. Here was a form of support. It's the same exact thing, just heading the other way. And it's kind of funny because I was here during the morning session as well. So I threw in chat. Barbie was talking about, you know, how do we trade a bear market? Just a random joke that, like, you know, you can just invert your chart and continuously watch prices go up, right? When price is moving down, we can just invert it. Where's right? So why don't we just do this and continue to keep doing what we were doing? You could if you wanted to, but it's the same purpose is what I'm getting at, right? I would still just look at these gaps as areas of interest to see what happens here. So if price finds support here, right? Don't get lost because I did invert the chart. Don't get lost. If price gets supported here, I would look for a continuation in that direction. It's the same exact thesis, right? We're just heading in the opposite direction. So just a random joke. You know, if shorting is an issue, you could just invert your chart. So, but just to get ourselves aligned with current price action on an intraday basis, we've already moved about 400 points here. So asking for another couple hundred points out of the daily candle is asking for a lot. You got to know how much the market moves, right? The market doesn't normally move 1,000 points in one day. Okay, so to ask the market to continue moving after doing 400 points is lower probability. So on an intraday basis, the move happened overnight. Since it happened overnight, today, I have no interest in trading. You have to be able to outline these circumstances when they happen so that your risk fits the situation. Okay? So we'll go through our assets real quick. Let's just get aligned with some of the higher time frames, because this is where, in my opinion, the bias is changing, right? So now that they completely disregarded this gap, now I'm going to see if it turns into resistance for lower prices, right? Like, they didn't find support at this gap for a reason. So is this the reason right here, right? So moving forward, I'm now no longer bullish, right? We've been bullish for a long time. This is probably one of the first times I'm going to go ahead and say I'm bearish, and I'm going to look for this. I'm going to look to see if price turns this area that was support at one form in time to now resistance. If it becomes resistance, we'll look for continued lower prices. It didn't take out the lows there. On NQ it did, so we do have to be careful of that. But look at all the gaps that we need to fill, right? Look at all these here. There's a lot of things on this way up that need to be rebalanced, right? There's a lot of orders left here that need to get filled. Okay, so looking forward, this is what I'm looking at. For both NQ and ES, you can see that NQ was a little more drastic on the move because NQ already reached that low. But I have the same opinion on NQ. They are two correlated assets. There are gaps down here that were never revisited. They do need to fill those at some point in time. Okay, so when I said we needed something overly obvious to happen on the daily chart for me to become bearish, this is what I was talking about. Okay, so this is what we'll look for on NQ and ES. That gap was invalidated, so now we're looking to see if that becomes resistance. Let's go over to let's go over to Dixie and Euro. Let's make sure we get all of our assets done. All right, so on a higher time frame, this area in Dixie has been very important for quite some time. Okay, take a look at this. This consolidation, so what I'm pointing at is this area of price right here. Look how long this was, from December 22nd to basically December 24th. So 2 years of consolidation, right? That's clearly an important spot for the dollar. As you can also see that they went up above the highs, right, to grab a bunch of orders here. And now they're below the lows to grab the orders here. So in my opinion, it looks like they may want to move back into the range, right? This looks like a consolidation profile where they're taking out the extremes of the range and then moving back into the range. This looks like Dixie is trying to do the same thing. So I'm currently looking for Dixie to go back inside the range. This looks like it's been a very important area for quite some time. And then to go to some of these gaps and see what happens when we get to these gaps. Okay, so this also aligns with NQ and ES, right? So anybody that's thinking about the inverse correlation between Dixie and NQ or ES, if Dixie's going higher, it's going to be easier for NQ and ES to sell off, right? There's that inverse correlation between the two. Okay, so if Dixie does go higher to fill some of these gaps, NQ and ES will have an easier time to go lower to fill those gaps. So I am looking at higher prices. This is that classic saying that I always tell you guys, below swing lows, I am bullish. So we are below a swing low here and here. And after going below the swing low, we then had a huge engulfing candle to close above the candle that took out those lows. So if this area becomes support, right, this down close candle, if this area becomes support, then I would look for the move there to fill the gap, to fill this gap here. All right, so I'll be looking at higher prices on Dixie now. I'll be looking at lower prices on NQ and ES, which that goes to show what we're going to do for EU, because once again, EU is inversely correlated to Dixie. Right, so we can hop over to EU. So EU also has gaps to fill, right? Same exact range idea as Dixie. We had a long range here. When we went below the range, it was to take some orders. We then move back inside the range. I'm looking to see if we're getting that same exact situation here where we're running the swing high of the range. And then after running that, we want to move back to equilibrium. And there's a gap there to fill. Okay, so I'm going to see if Euro wants to move to here. So bearish on NQ, ES, bullish on Dixie, bearish on Euro. Okay, so just wanted to get through another forecast. We needed to update the charts after quite the move last night. Let's go ahead and take a look at that move on NQ. All right, that was more of a higher time frame analysis. I wanted to get a forecast, almost like a weekly outlook. I know it's Friday, but that's what I'm looking for moving forward. Now let's kind of dive into an intraday, okay? Now let's do an intraday. In my opinion, the move happened overnight. And I heard Barbie and Nick talk about it as well, right? In terms of shorting, right, we do want to capture some of those lower prices. But when we're shorting, we don't want to be shorting below the lows, right? This thing's already moved 430 points. So shorting after it's moved 430 points, that's lower probability. Really the only short opportunity, in my opinion, was before the news. And that's where it's trouble, right? A lot of places you can't execute during the news, all right? You got to understand the rules of your accounts. So executing during non-farm payroll, let alone the risk that comes with that, I really wouldn't advise people trading non-farm payroll. I've always sided on the side of risk instead of euphoria or reward. I still feel that way. Right? If somebody's going to go and flash a massive P&L because they shorted during the non-farm payroll move, that's a lot of risk. And for somebody that, is just entering this business, somebody that has no experience with that, that's the easiest way to blow your account. So don't fall for all the misinformation on social media. Don't fall for any of the large numbers, any of the marketing tactics. Choose risk over reward every single time. Okay. I've told you that this is one of the days that I don't like participating for that exact reason. But on an intraday basis, that was the entire conversation. This is really the only time we've ran above some highs, right? You get these equal highs here. We run above the highs during the news release. After the news release, we go and create a breaker, and then we finally head lower. So unless you were in this thing right at New York Open, right there, anything after that is chasing. I don't want to be in this thing, right? I want to sell high, just like I want to buy low. It's the same exact thing. So other than that, even the overnight session, we're really not above any highs. Maybe there's an opportunity in here. We get above some highs in here. Right, but you got to be an Asian trader, right? You got to be participating in Asia session to even take a look. So sometimes day trading is not everyday trading. One of those examples is what's happening right now today. This thing went lower. I'm more than okay with not being in it while it goes lower. I'll gladly be patient. It's the first day of the month, okay? You don't have to blow your entire account on the first day of the month. Always have that long-term perspective. Always think in terms of risk instead of reward. Okay, so, let price do what it wants to do. When you can analyze probabilities, when you can justify your actions, then take risk. But when you can't, that's when you should be staying on the sidelines and just be patient. Okay, so there's not going to be any trades for me during the session. We can still take a look at price, see what we get next. What do you guys think is going to happen for the rest of the session? Do you think the lower prices are done yet? Are we going to get a bounce somewhere in here, or what do you guys think? Will we make a new low of day? Type 1 in chat if you think we're going to make a new low of day. Type 2 in chat if we're going to get some kind of recovery. What do you think? Do we still get lower prices? Yes or no? Type 1 in chat if you think we're still going to get lower prices. Are we going to make a new low of day? Yes or no? Or do we bounce? What do you think? Pretty 50-50 there. Looks like we got some bulls still in chat. We got some bears. And give the bears a chance. They finally got to step in. They finally get an opportunity. Give the bears some time. It's been all bullish for the last 2 months essentially. We just keep screaming higher. Let this thing come back down. In my opinion, give the bulls a break. A little halftime. Let them go get some water. Let the bears step in. Let price go lower so we can get some discounts. Then we'll look at some long-term again. In my opinion, I think we can see another new low of day. Okay? I'm just not willing to participate in it for the exact reason that I provided during the top-down analysis. So that's what I have for today. Do me a favor. If you're finding any value from the community, if you're finding any value in the giveaways, if you're finding any value from any of the traders we have on here, sub to the channel, like the video, turn the notifications on. You may want to stick around. We normally do a code. Okay, so stick around. We might have a giveaway for you. Help your friends out too. Send the link to the live stream to your communities. Throw it up there on X. Let your friends get a chance at the giveaway as well. We'll get a code going in a little bit. But let me hop over to chat now. That's what I have for today. I'm just not willing to risk. I'll completely let the bears step in. I'm more than happy with it. The bulls need a break. Let's see if we get a new low of day. What do you guys think? Let's see what the poll was. Where do I see the poll? It looked like majority of people were looking for a new low of day. Yeah, it looks like majority ones with some twos, but majority ones. Okay. All right. Well, we got another half an hour during my segment, so let's also do some questions and answers. If you want to throw any type of question or information in the chat, let's take this time to go over it. Right? Let's make sure we sprint through the finish line, not stop before it. Let's still get a good session in. Let's get through some information. If there's anything you all would like to go over in regards to this business, feel free to throw that question in chat. What's the news with copper? Yeah, copper had quite the move, huh? What's I saw that, but I don't follow Copper. So what's Copper's ticker? What is Copper's? Throw it in chat if you know it. What is Copper's? I don't trade Copper, so HG. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, what a move, huh? What was that news? You tell me. I don't follow Copper. You could see my watch list over here, but I did see this on social media. There had to have been some kind of news because quite the move there. I mean, for what is this? This is only minus 22% move. Jeez. Copper getting affected by the tariffs. That could definitely make sense. I mean, the tariff conversation has been very, very apparent for all of Trump's administration so far. It seems like that is the news that has been moving the market in both directions now, right? We had the move up. Now we're getting the move down. We've said that millions of times. We'll continue to keep saying it. We need to be on top of Trump. If he is, making any announcements, if he's tweeting anything, please throw it in chat. Right? Please definitely participate in the community, help everybody else out, because we could clearly see anytime this man talks, it plays a huge role on price. So please and thank you. That would be great. How synced are NQ and QQQ? Those are the same exact thing. Both of those follow the NASDAQ. So they should be moving the same at the same time. Ash, when do you think it is appropriate time to open a personal account? How much do you recommend to start with? The amount that you should start with is an amount that you can take and burn it. Okay? If you cannot take the money and completely throw it in the trash, if it means anything to you, do not start that personal account. Right? You have to fully accept the risk before the risk is taken. And when you're taking risk, that means purchasing the MyFundedFutures account or putting the money into the cash account. That's when you're risking, when you're using your own money. So whatever dollar amount that is for you, it's going to be different between me and you. We have our own lives. We're our own individuals. We have our own circumstances. So just make sure you know that it's an amount that won't change your daily life. It's not going to ruin you. It's not going to make you homeless. You have to think about your health and your family first. Okay? If there's money left over after that, you have to fully accept that you can lose that money within a second. If you can do that, then I would say start a cash account. If you can't do that, then just go over to MyFundedFutures and grab one of the evals, right? That is the best thing about MyFundedFutures. It's a much lower barrier to entry, right? You do not have to put up thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars to fund a cash account, right? The requirements, the margin, the maintenance that you need in a cash account is a lot more than the price of an eval. Okay, so where you're at in your journey will definitely show you whether you should even start that cash account or not, right? Have you seen consistent payouts? Have you passed evals? Have you even gotten into the funded stage? Or are you still learning, right? So in my opinion, it would go in this order. If you're brand new to this and you're just starting to learn, don't buy anything and just sit here and watch price, right? Just spend time with price. Learn first. Always put your education first. If you've gained some education and it's now time to start try and press some buttons, experience it, see what this thing is about, that's when I would say, go try a MyFundedFutures account, right? It's much cheaper. It's a much smaller barrier to entry to grab one of those evals than it is to fund a cash account. Okay, but if you've already passed that stage and you've passed a lot of evals and you're seeing consistent withdrawals from the funded account, take those withdrawals from the funded account and use that to fund the cash account, right? So notice how there's different steps here. figure out which step you're in, that would be the time to start a cash account and the mentality behind it. But very great question. Thank you for participating. Very, very great question. Go ahead. We're still doing questions and answers, so feel free to throw any type of question or information in the chat. Anything to do with this business. Once again, you might want to share the stream with your communities. Throw it on X, throw it on Instagram, throw it in Discord. We're going to have a giveaway coming up. All right. That's my warning for today. How many accounts have you blown? I've blown countless amount of accounts. I'm a normal trader, just like everybody else. I highly suggest you stay away from anybody that claims perfection. Okay. The reality of the situation is losing is inevitable. Everyone has blown an account. Everyone has blown multiple accounts. Okay. I don't know the exact number off the top of my head. I'll have to go into the dashboard and count them. But I can guarantee you that my expenses are less than my withdrawals. I have made more withdrawals than I've purchased evals. So my expenses are less than my withdrawals. That's how I know that I'm profitable, because on the back end, I keep track of all those things, right? Risk isn't just here on the chart. Risk is also on the back end where you're doing your expenses to income ratio. Are you guys even keeping track of that? Right? Like, let's see how serious you guys take your business. Do you have an expense spreadsheet? Do you track all of the times you've purchased an eval? Do you track all of the withdrawals that you've made? Right? Because that's how you know if you're actually profitable or not. Being profitable doesn't mean taking a winning trade. Being profitable doesn't mean having a profitable strategy. Being profitable means you've made more money than you've spent. Okay, I don't really care how many accounts it took for you to do that. Okay, obviously, a lot of people in life don't have the situation to be just spending expenses left and right, right? The people that don't have endless amounts of money, they can't just go and blow accounts. Okay, so that might be a slower road for some people than others, but that's where you know yourself, right? If you don't have the money to be blowing through accounts, stop blowing through the accounts. Plain and simple. Okay, so I was never the individual to be, full sending 20 to 40 accounts at once. I know there's people online that will just go ahead and blow through like 20 to 40 accounts a day, hoping to get funded. I was never that individual. I have failed accounts, though. I've failed multiple accounts, handfuls of accounts. I'm a normal trader just like everybody else. I'll go and check those records and I'll come back to you. I don't have that number off the top of my head. So I'll go and check that and then we'll have that conversation again, without a doubt. Hey, good morning, Heather. Hope your day is going well. Hey, Ash, on the 50K, let's just say the Legacy Starter Plus, how much of a buffer would you build before taking full payout? And everybody knows me. I've said it hundreds of times. If you've been working with me, you know that I always tell you, when you become available for that payout, you should take it. I don't really even consider the buffer, okay? Because the next day, when you go and blow the account, the day after you were supposed to take a withdrawal, you go and blow the account. Then you're going to be sitting there regretting the fact that you didn't take the payout. Right? So just take the payout when you become available for a payout. Okay? That's what I have to say about leaving a buffer. In my opinion, all of your hard work needs to be realized, and it is not realized until the money is in your bank account. Okay, so all it takes is one day. You could be one day away from a payout and you could blow it all. Then all of your hard work is gone and you would have wished that you took that payout that time. So I don't care what number it is. It could be $100. It could be $50. It could be 1,000, 10,000. I don't care about leaderboards. That's not why I do it. Okay. What I care about is the money going in your pocket. So do me a favor. If you're finding any value from the stream, if you're finding any value from the conversations we have here each morning, any of the giveaways that we do, any of the hosts that come on here, sub to the channel, like the stream, turn notifications on. We got a giveaway coming up here shortly. As we're waiting for it, we're doing some questions and answers. Feel free to throw any type of question or information in the chat. I'm going to take a quick sip of coffee and we'll keep going through the information. All righty. Thank you for your patience. And let's see. And go over, hop back over to chat and see what we have. See where we're at intraday as well. All righty. Let me hear the music. Everybody knows what the music means. I don't know. You might have to just stick around. Maybe the music will turn on at some point. You never know. Ash, what do you think about withdrawal a payout from buffer zone on the scale or core? Once again, I don't know how else to make it more clear. When you're available for a payout, take it. Doesn't matter what account. When you become available, take the payout. So happy Friday, everyone. Very excited to get another chance to get on here with you guys. Continue to keep going over this information. Continue to keep going through these questions and these examples. I love getting the chance to continue to keep building that conviction every single day. That's why I keep showing up. So if anybody wants to continue to keep working and learning every single week, you know where to find us right here every single morning. What do you want to see before getting into a position right now? I'm not getting into a position. There's nothing on the screen that could make me get into a position. Sometimes risk management has nothing to do with this chart, right? I've talked about taking scheduled breaks before. The days in which I talked about taking scheduled breaks were bank holidays, non-farm payroll, CPI, FOMC. Okay? You need to have a healthy relation with risk. Having a healthy relation with risk means that every single day is not going to be a trading day. You don't want to miss out on other aspects of your life because you're so consumed by the market. Okay, continue to keep working on your health, spend time with the family, do something good for the soul. Okay, so today's one of those days. Today is one of those scheduled breaks, is what I'm saying. There's nothing on the chart that could happen that's going to get me into a position right now. So we're currently waiting to see if we get new low of day. I was asking chat earlier whether they were bullish or bearish. Majority of chat said new low of day. So we'll see if we make a move. There you go, chat. There it is. I hear the music. Code FUNDAY 50. We got 50 free resets using code Fun Day 50. Who's going to get one? Let's see. 50 free resets using code FUNDAY50. There it is, chat. Another day, another giveaway. Who got one? Throw a W in chat if you were able to get one of the giveaways. Happy Friday. Congratulations to the winners. Thank you to MyFundedFutures once again providing more value every single day. Congratulations. So we got another 14 minutes here during my segment. If there's any kind of questions or information that you'd like to go over, feel free to throw it in chat. We can take the next 14 minutes to go over that information. Where I'm currently standing is on the sidelines. Once again, asking price to continue to keep moving after it's already expanded 400 points. In my opinion, that's a lot to ask. So seeing that the daily candle has already made its move, it made its move overnight and during NFP. Seeing that it already made its move is the reason why I'm on the sideline. Right? Just knowing the average range of a daily candle, asking a daily candle to do 800 points, 1,000 points is asking a lot. So asking for a whole nother move out of NQ seems like lower probability. That's why I'm saying I have no interest. Now, I also provided my top-down analysis. We have changed our bias from bullish to bearish because of the daily chart. We're going to look to see if price could go and fill some of the gaps from the way up. Okay, so that's why I asked chat earlier whether you think we're going to get a new low of day or not. So currently, intraday, we are seeing if they want to go visit this 10 a.m. low. That's what we have for today. I hope everybody's Friday is going well. We got another 10 minutes before my segment ends, so let's go over some more questions and information during that time. If you're wondering why you can't communicate with us here, I believe the chat is sub-only mode, so make sure you sub to the channel and like the video as well. How do you deal with the ups and downs in trading? I keep making mistakes. I'm at my highest. That will then lead me to my lowest. That is the definition of day trading. Okay? Once you realize that day trading is going to be peaks and valleys, it's going to be ups, downs, lefts, rights, that's when you're going to choose risk management. That's when you're going to allow probabilities to play out. That's when you'll stop feeling so many emotions about your outcome. Once you can fully detach from the outcome and start focusing on the risk, that is when you'll be process driven. That is when you're going to focus on the process and not care about the results. I hate to say it, but sometimes caring so much is inducing emotions that are going to make you do things that you shouldn't be doing, right? A lot of people think that, work harder, get paid more money. That's not how it is in this business. This business is work smarter, okay? Sometimes it's about stepping away from the chart, right? So for example, if while going through those highs and the lows, if, during the highs, right, you're nicely into profit, you're about to take a payout, but you become impatient and you want more because the payout is only $500 and you wanted $1,000. So you go in and you think that you should take another position because you want a $1,000 payout. That's not how it works. Working smarter there in that situation would be waiting and being patient and taking the payout and accepting the work that you did complete instead of forcing yourself upon the market and continuing to keep trading it. Okay? The only way you're going to get to that point in time is detaching from the outcome. Okay? Do not attach your identity to any given scenario. Just focus on working hard every single day. Allow the results to be a byproduct of it. Leave the emotions for your friends, your family, day-to-day life. Leave it for that. When you come to the market, become objective. Leave the emotion somewhere else. That way you can focus on your business instead of being consumed by those emotions. So since we were talking about leaving a buffer or not, let's see what you think, chat. When you make profits, would you prefer to build a buffer first, then get a payout? Or are you taking the money as soon as it becomes available? We got the poll there in chat. Respond to the poll. I want to see what you guys think. If you make profits, what are you doing? Are you building the buffer first, then taking the payout? Or are you instantly taking the payout when you become available for it? You know how I feel. I just went over it. In my opinion, the money is not real until it hits your bank account, right? So you have to realize that money. Exactly. I agree, dummy. I agree, Sheezy. Anytime you get the payout, take the payout. Not Willow. I agree. Hey, Ash, what if both correlated pairs give opposite bias and there is an SMT? We could go sideways or have a bias according to SMT. Anytime you have conflicting information, you should do nothing, right? So the situation you're talking about right now sounds like you have information that you can't definitively define. If you can't clearly identify how to move forward, then do not move forward. Just stay on the sidelines and be patient and wait until you can. Okay, so if you cannot analyze the information, don't do anything. Have no bias, have no executions, and just stay on the sideline. Just be a spectator. Do you recommend taking payouts and using them to open and trade a live account? Yeah, so we did have that conversation earlier. Maybe you weren't here, but about a half an hour ago, we were talking about diversifying, right? Once you get to that payout stage, you definitely need to, one, be saving some for taxes, two, diversifying. Whether you want to diversify into a cash account, whether you want to diversify into real estate, whether you want to diversify into other markets, you definitely want to diversify. Yes. What's taxes? Yeah. Taxes is that thing that happens every single year that everybody loves. Clearly, that's sarcasm. Yes, make sure you're saving some for taxes. Okay. I can't speak for every country, but the country I'm in, you got to be aware of tax time. So, any last questions? We got another 5 minutes during my segment. Tom's coming up next, so definitely stick around for Tom's segment as well. And then we have Matt to wrap up the day. So I'm not going to go deep into the tax conversation. I'm not an accountant. Okay, so I'm not going to give any type of tax advice. Get an accountant. Go talk to them about it. They will be able to provide professional advice. Okay, I'm not an accountant, so I can't give advice there. You get a 1099. When you make payouts from MyFundedFutures, at the end of the year, they will send you a 1099. You file that 1099 into your taxes. So make sure that you have money to pay for those taxes when the tax time comes. When you take a withdrawal, do not take that withdrawal and spend 100% of it. Save 50% of it, spend 50% of it. Save 50% for that tax time. Okay? So 50%. Now, I don't even think it will be 50%, but I'd once again rather sit on the side of caution, right? Instead of saving 10% where you might not cover the taxes, just save 50, because then you'd be happily surprised when you have money left over. Okay. Once again, I'm not an accountant. Please do your own research. Please talk to an accountant to get the correct information. Yeah, that's the other thing too. If you haven't made any money from trading, you don't have to worry about taxes. Okay, so I'm talking to the individuals that have seen payouts. When you get a payout, you'll then get a 1099 at the end of the year. Make sure you file that into your taxes. So last couple minutes here. Happy Friday once again. Just going to take a moment to say thank you as well. Thank you to all the people that participate here in chat. All the questions, all the information is greatly appreciated. It's creating a lot of value. It's creating a lot of repetition. A lot of people are getting to learn from it. So thank you for everybody that participates day to day. Thank you for MyFundedFutures as well. The amount of opportunities they provide, the value they've created with this community, giving people a chance at all these giveaways. Beyond appreciative. Very grateful for it. Same thing with all the hosts. Same thing with all the guest traders that we have come on. The fact that everybody is so willing to give their time and share some value is very generous. So thank you, thank you, thank you. I got 2 more minutes during my segment, so I'll take 1 or 2 last questions, and then we are going to welcome Tom up on the stage. Ash, if you had a losing trade, what would be your thoughts? 1 more trade or leave it? Nope. I'm taking that loss. I'm owning that loss. I'm fully accepting it, and I'll be done for the day. Okay? Do not make it any worse than it already is. Right? So, for example, if I have a $500 daily loss limit, that's how I know what is a loss. So when I lose minus $500 on the day, I lock myself out of the account. Right? I'll go to the gym. I'll work on other businesses. I'll spend time with family. You have to think in terms of the long term. What do you have to do to survive? There will always be another opportunity. There's never a reason to overtrade, over leverage, right? For example, you're making progress every time you have less expenses. Every time you have less expenses is when you stop blowing accounts. If you stop blowing accounts, that would be because you stop over trading, you stop oversizing, you start controlling your emotions, right? So in my opinion, overall question is to just become patient, go back to the sidelines after a losing trade, just go do something good for the health or be with some family. Very good question to finish off my segment. That is where my week comes to an end. Thank you, guys. Let's go ahead and welcome Tom up on the stage. I hope everybody has a great weekend. Thank you for having me. I will see you all on Monday. Have a nice weekend, everyone.
Hey, everybody. I'm back. And hopefully now, nothing's going to go wrong. Welcome, chat. Hello. Oh my, I'm already starting to be nervous. Welcome, chat. And first of all, thank you, Ash, for the awesome segment. I wish you a great weekend, Ash. Good job. As always, I enjoy listening to your segment. I finished up my stream earlier today, and I was sitting here, and I always enjoy listening to all the valuable information. It was real awesome. I'd like to say hello again to the chat. Special welcome and hello to the hosts and the mods at MyFunded TV. And of course, we are just ahead of the weekend. You know, there's that old techno or trance group called Scooter. You know, they have that song Weekend. You know, it's weekend. Oh, don't worry, I'm not going to sing right now. How is the day so far, everybody? I hope everybody's crushing it, just like NQ is crushing everything. Flash sale. I don't know about that yet. Gorshan, hey, what do you think now? Low for the day? Well, let's just go out to the 1 hour chart and look into some technicals. I have some theories in mind that I think could be interesting. So, harder, faster Scooter, exactly. You know, old 90s, 80. Hey, good to see you. I see the familiar names there. Good to see everybody. So, low of the day. Good question. We took out some swing lows here. There's one thing I haven't checked yet. Let's check the low of this candle here on the hourly. The low is 799.25 on the micro. 799.25 on the micro. Here you go. Let's see this. Okay, so we took out this one and this one. This is the only ones left, which is from July the 7th. This is a PM session low on a Monday. Let's just put a sell side liquidity marker here. And again, this is micro. Louis, hey, good to see you, man. Rod, what's up? Abyss, good to see you too. And so this is still the 1 hour chart. So this is a swing low. And today's low is 799.25. We pretty much... No, is it? Yeah, it is. So we pretty much swept some liquidity here. And I'm still on the 1 hour chart. All right. So we took this one, this one, this one. Basically everything, right? Oops. I wanted to pull the chart. So we still have a fair value gap down here. In my understanding, if you look here, we have to go way back into the 2nd of July. So basically, like about 1 month ago. Look at this. Look at these candles here. Bearish candles. I know. I'm going to go with the zones again. That's what I do. Just a second. Just a second. Okay. So on the 1 hour chart, this here, on the 2nd of July, this one took liquidity. All right. Look at this. That was a sweep. Now, after the sweep, we actually pushed higher and there was a market structure shift, right? Bullish market structure shift. Awesome. And this was the first bearish candle on the hourly chart, which makes this here, the opening of this candle, 713.50 in the 1 hour bullish order block. Look at this. 1 hour bullish order block. Okay. Which makes the whole situation a little bit easier to recognize of what could be happening. And I'm going to go and try to extend this. Don't worry about the color. I'm going to do my best to... So this is that 1 hour demand zone all the way down there. We don't need this line. We have a sell side liquidity at 780. 1 hour demand zone. All right. Now, to answer the question, What do I think? Is the low of the day still in? I am not 100% sure. I'm not sure. This one seems like a little bit weak still. How far are we from the sell side liquidity? 130, 20 points actually, 30. It's not a big move for NQ if it really wants to go. Now, is it going to happen today or even this lunch hour or PM session? I have no idea. But if I look to the upside, there is no proper fair value gap on the 5. Well, we have on the 5 minute, but I don't actually, the way I see it on the 5 and the 15 minute, I don't see any reason or any proper area here except for this 1 hour fair value gap at 174, 23,174 to take liquidity from or to go back. Yes, we can expect a bounce, but if I just go down to the 5 minute or the 15 minute here was the bounce. Now, if you're asking, is the low already in? What? Screen missing letter. What? Oh, yeah. What's the question? Sorry. I wasn't reading the chat. Let me know. If there's something to decide, let me know. I lost traction of the... I was pretty much into the technicals here. Give me the question. Come on. What's the music? I don't know. That's not the question. If you have any question, I can decide a lot of things for you guys. It's up to you. Is there a bounty? All I can tell you guys. Question for Tom. Okay, let me know the question. I'm always ready for questions, but until you get the question there, chat, how to drop something. Well, stick around. I always say that. Yeah, exactly. I always say that. Stick around. I like the missing letter, by the way. Hey, thank you, Gabriel. I like the missing letter. That's cool, right? I'm going to see a payout today as well. Okay, hold on. If I call my bank and ask for a payout, is that okay? That's fine, right? No, that doesn't count. Okay. The missing letters are awesome. Yeah, I like that, Abhishek. I do like that. I think that's kind of a, Okay, you know what? I'm going to ask for a payout from my bank, all right? Not too much. I'm just going to have to fill up the car with some gas and with some fuel. And I think I'm just going to ask for like $200. That's enough for some fuel and some food. Yeah, that's fine. Or is it something different that you're looking for? Abhishek, I like the idea. Anyway, I have to go back into the... guys, I need to do the chart analysis. I'm kind of bouncing off from my vibe. I give my blessing to Abhishek to decide this, all right? He's the boss in this question right now, all right? Thank you, Abhishek. Or Danny, whichever you guys want. But you can decide. I know Abhishek will make the right decision. I know that. I know it. Okay. I love the missing letters, by the way. So there was a bounce here, I wanted to say. Is the daily low in? I'm not quite sure that it's in. You can write here, Archie. Just normal. I'm not going to read those comments there, Abhishek. The desk is rising, Abhishek. The desk is rising. Come on. You have to... I love to put the pressure on someone else. That's good. I can actually focus now on the chart. So the daily low. We had the bounce here. Are we going down now? That's a good question. We definitely have some some area to go to on the downside. We need to break through the 780 and then go down to 713. That would be the final area for this move. So what's the decision? I don't know. That would be the final move. Okay, let's take it seriously. If we move higher than this area, if we make a market structure shift, maybe we can look for some long positions. I would say, oh man, I don't know. There's no structure. There's nothing there. Nothing on the 5-minute. There's one level up there on the 1-hour chart as a possible buy side liquidity, and not that. And that is it. I don't see anything else. 172 would be a 1-hour fair value gap. So there's 2 plans here. There you go. Now you can vote. So there's 2 things we can do here. Plan A, go higher and take the 1-hour fair value gap up there. Okay, that's plan A. That would be the 1-hour fair value gap slash, what's that, CB? Okay, at 172.50. Entry would be good to search for in this area. Okay, that's plan A. Now, you see how cool is this? You can actually plan of what you want to look for in your trading session. That's why we keep talking about plans and pre-analysis. Tom choose missing letter. I like missing letter, but it's up to you guys. I gave the permission and my blessing to Abhishek. Everybody says missing letters, missing letters. All right. Okay. What can I do, man? I mean, whatever the crowd wants. Oh. You know, because if we do the missing letters, just my opinion, at least we're not going to fall asleep. We have to think a little bit, right? Because everybody's like, without even blinking, is on the checkout page to add the code, you know, like, oh my God, I can't even blink. But with the missing letters, you do have to work your brain muscle a little bit, right? Just a bit. So let's move those brain muscles with the missing letter. Those milliseconds could count. I'm telling you guys, those milliseconds are crucial. Yeah, missing letters. Come on, Pigeon. Put it there. All right. 172 there. That's plan A. All right. What are usually the targets when trading Asia session? Asia session, I usually like to trade. Oh my God. I'm not even trading the Asia session. When I start the London session, I do like to go for the classic Asia low, Asia high reversal. That's the strategy I like to go with, because I never trade the Asia session, not because it's bad. I'm just sleeping. You know, sometimes I do have to sleep, even though I'm not a good sleeper. But what I usually start every morning, even before the pre-London kill zone, is I mark up the Asia lows and highs, and I do like to look for reversals on those levels. But otherwise, not much. You know, obviously, significant swing highs and swing lows could be good, right? Even during Asia session. Anyway, let's not deviate from the plan. That's plan A. All right, cool. Let's do this. Oh, you guys can't read this. Okay, let's go with. So that's plan A. Now, what's plan B? What is plan B? Plan B for me here would be a if price obviously would go lower. And there's a plan C, of course. I'm going to show you the plan C is going to be the favorite for you guys. I can promise you that. Just watch. Plan C is going to be awesome. Okay, plan B is we break lower. Low-hanging fruit would be 780. Obviously, would be great to go lower. But the market structure shift, what I'm looking for, obviously would be down here. That would be a plan C. And maybe look for some sort of an entry right there. Let's go with plan B. All right, that would be plan B. Simple, right? In this area right now that we are sitting in, this is the no trade zone. We're not going to take trades in this area. How about that? Cool. It's Friday. By the way, don't forget it. If you already made profits today, be grateful, thank your God, and just, go and touch some grass and close the screen, walk away. That's what you need to do. If you made profits today, it's Friday, everybody. Walk away. How easy is that? If you're in profit, if you're in drawdown, you must stay here, okay? You have to call your parents, girlfriend, boyfriend, everybody from the street. You must watch MyFunded TV. You are absolutely, I forbid you to leave MyFunded TV until Matt is going to wrap up the day, all right? If you're in drawdown or you lost. One more thing. If you have a cell phone, obviously, or a TV, smart TV, you can get the hammer, destroy the screen, obviously lock yourself out from trading, destroy the screens, okay? Save up some money for next week to buy a new one, and you can watch the stream on your cell phone or on your smart TV. No trading for today, all right? Okay. I like that. So, okay, anyway, let's get this off here. This is the no trade zone right now until we're not seeing the plan C. Okay. The first letter is T. Oh my gosh. All right. Abhishek is helping you guys. So the plan C is going to be the best one. Okay. Are you ready? Plan C. That's it. That's going to be plan C. I always keep telling, like, Tom, please tell me, is this going to go up? Is this going to go down? I mean, I'm sure that this thing is going to go to the right side. Okay. And I'm always right about this. I was never wrong. It always went to the right side. All right. That's the other side. It always went to the right side. And it never fails. So plan C is obviously the best to go with, especially if we stay in this area, obviously, right? That's plan C. I'm not looking to do anything else. If we're staying in this area, then I'm not looking to do anything else. All right. Okay. Let's forget about this plan C right now. This is what I think could happen for the rest of the day. Now, again, if you made profit, obviously, still stay here. Watch the session. Stay here for Matt. Lots of values at MyFunded TV. Lots of giveaways, lots of resets, lots of free stuff. Okay. And there's so many things you don't even know, guys. I keep signing NDAs all the time. Every time when I start my session at MyFunded TV, the hosts know that I want to spill the good stuff. So I need to sign the NDA because they're always cooking something in the background. I just can't tell you guys. I mean, maybe there's a sign language which I can, or maybe some hints I can get to you guys, but I have nothing. So stick around, all right? And also what I want to say, we need to talk about some mental game stuff, psychological aspects, okay? And Ghost Tom, yes. Ghost Tom is my superhero name, but I don't use it usually. So these are the two things that we can go with, in my opinion. Okay, target 1 hour fair value gap, sell side liquidity. Most likely it would be great if it would go down to the 1 hour order block. Okay, and that is it. I'm not looking to take any trade. Tom Cruise NDA, something like that. All right. Screen plus all letters plus music or no music? I'm quite curious about this question, though. Yeah. Regarding the Friday, if you're up in profit, that's awesome. Best not to take more trades. If you're in drawdown, Hopefully you did not blow any evaluation or funded account today. Yesterday was maybe a massacre. Obviously, no one expected like 600 points drop, which was cool, by the way. I wasn't expecting it. But please don't let yourself being misled by your emotions that you can make up for your losses in a PM session, and then you can just, obviously, mathematically speaking, you can if you report some accounts, but that's not trading. That's just building up bad habits and throwing away your consistency and your confidence in your trading, right? Don't do that. If you were down throughout the week and no actual positive results, and I'm not saying that in a bad way, but if you're in drawdown, this Friday is not the one that's going to change that. If you haven't traded today at all, then that's maybe the only excuse, maybe because of your job, maybe because of something else, your daily schedule, whatever. That's the only excuse that maybe you can enter some trades during the PM session or lunch hour or whatever is going to happen here. Otherwise, if you're up, walk away, from trading. If you're down, I would say if you still have some room to trade, maybe, but do not have high expectations, okay? Risk management is the key. If you can still make peace with an extra loss if it happens, because it can happen, then go for it. But come on, let's dive into the topic because it's super awesome, okay? Super, super awesome. Let's go with that. And actually, I wanted to talk about the losing streak. So, how to survive a losing streak? What if you were having, if you're having a losing streak on this week? Because it's easy to move towards, forward when it's just always winning and winning. Obviously, everybody can have a winning streak, and we have winning streaks, and that's the goal, to have the winning streak. But it's much harder to get through on a losing streak. So, what to do, how to survive without changing your system, because obviously when we're on a losing streak, one of the worst things we can do is just start to change everything. Okay, it's very important. Losing streak doesn't mean your edge is gone. Please remember that. Okay, it just means that you're in the part of a curve where probability is doing its job. Okay, now let me say this. A losing streak doesn't mean that your edge is gone. It just only means you're in part of the curve where the probability is doing its job. Question is, can you survive long enough to see the winning side again? Every edge has a losing streak, a losing curve. That's how it works. That's how life is. Ups and downs. You have to understand that. You're never going to find the Holy Grail. The secret of trading is to survive. How much can you get hit? Oh, no, that's from Rocky Balboa. Anyway, the same goes. And Muhammad Ali was saying that too. How much you can get hit. How much can you take? How you survive those losing streaks. Okay, that's why we need to talk about this again and again. Yes, Tom Balboa. Actually, that's a secret name. Okay, so let's talk about this. Basically, understanding your system's natural drawdowns. As I said, every edge has a drawdown. I haven't seen an edge so far, and I did. Yes, I'm only trading, I'm trading since 2018, but super seriously, since 2021. But in the first, in 21, in 22, and also in back in the years, and until even now, I'm always researching. I'm constantly and relentlessly searching for the Holy Grail. I'm definitely an Indiana Jones in trading, in the trading space. I'm always searching. If I see something, first I start being skeptical and I start to research everything. Is this thing really works? No, it's not. Guess what? Every single system that I have seen so far, even though many of those systems has an edge, there was no system, entry model, strategy that was not having a losing curve. Every single one of them has. Okay. The job is to get through that. Okay. Okay. Of course. Risk management. Yeah. Simple, right? What were you trading before ICT? I was trading support and resistance and supply and demand. I'm not frozen. Am I frozen? Jesus. My pulse. Whew. Don't troll me, guys. Okay. All right. You know, yesterday, I don't know what happened. I updated everything on my computer after I bugged out twice yesterday's stream. Updated everything. Every single driver update, I managed to do that. I restarted, deleted a bunch of stuff, cleared the memory, everything. I did the cookies, everything. I'm not a computer guy, but I did what I could. So I just hope that everything's going to... My computer is actually working perfectly, flawlessly. I don't know what happened yesterday. Anyway, let's get back to the topic, okay? Understanding your system's natural drawdowns. Every strategy has clusters of losses, period. There's no way around this. Even ICT has every ICT concept. If we just separate those concepts, they have clusters of losses. It is normal, even the best ones, okay? If you tested your system, you should already know what a normal drawdown looks like, right? Of course. Most traders blow up because they don't know, so they panic and start tweaking. You see a losing streak, maybe not just throughout the day, but maybe throughout the whole week. But be honest to yourself. If you were losing from Monday to Thursday or Friday, is it really the system? Is it really the system? Because I can tell you something that I, through my trading journey, I actually learned something. If you apply proper risk management, it doesn't really matter which system you're using. I mean, let's assume that that system is having an edge. But if you apply a proper risk management, and if you still keep losing every single day, I mean, from Monday until Friday, there's a high probability. There's a high probability that that you're doing something wrong in risk management. Okay, the issue might not be with the entry model. The issue most likely will be with your risk management, and this is always the truth. This is why you need to ask and answer those questions from yourself. Okay, and don't lie to yourself. Was your analysis correct or not? Okay, we always talk about this. Or the market bias is wrong. Yeah, exactly, Mr. Smith. So maybe your analysis is wrong. That's true. Yeah, hold on. So yeah, Mr. Smith, that's a good point there. Obviously, my answer to this is that if you're using a trading system, I always say it doesn't matter if you use indicators, supply, demand, ICT, support, resistance, trend line, whatever. You still need to understand market structure. You still need to understand the context. You still need to have clarity. You still need to understand the emotional edge. When to enter, how not to enter, how to enter the market. So these contexts, these factors, the daily routine, all this these pieces of the puzzle comes into place when you're defining your system. Jesus, holy Christ. What the heck is going on? 30-minute flash sale. I'm just... Let's go, everybody. 30 minutes. Let's go. 30% off. 30% off any scale account. Jeez, I have to buy a scale account. Let's go. Flash sale. All right. Now, this is something awesome. We love flash sales. 30%. Come on, guys. It's just a must. It's something you need to. Why do I forget to put this on? Anyway, I totally lost track. And of course, congratulations to the winners. I'm not going to do that, Mr. Smith, but thank you for the suggestion. That was a good one. That was a good one. All right. So let's just, continue with this thought process. I think it's super important. All right. There you go. Always keep the hope and stick around with MyFunded TV. There's so many good stuff happening. No, it's not late. It's not late. All right. Let's just move on with this. This is going to be good. Trust me. So regarding, that topic, if you lose from Monday to Friday, and you did everything, every setup, according to your system, as Mr. Smith said, it could be because of your bias, because of your pre-market analysis. That could be an issue that could have caused an error. But the system itself, the entry model, if there are clear check rules, obviously not 100% that, I would say that chances are bigger. I'm not saying 100%, but chances are higher that you might have messed up something with the risk management. But I give a fair point to Mr. Smith, because doing the pre-market analysis and predicting the market levels, and obviously that comes with the system as well. So if you don't know how to analyze the market, if you don't see the big picture, the context, then that's definitely going to be much harder for you to do the entry, right? Even if you're applying proper risk management. All right. All right. All right. Okay. Let's just move on with this. So if you don't know what a normal plane looks like, you're just quit right before the gain. And that's what basically the losing streak is about. Like, if you understand that your system, your edge is going to have a losing streak, you have to make peace with the fact that every system is going to have a scenario when things are not going to go according to plan. Not even the best A++ setup is going to work out, okay? Let's just accept that, okay? So I would say, stop changing everything in the middle of a losing streak, because that's what we used to do. We used to tweak the system, I'm just going to change the risk to reward ratio. I'm just going to change the entry by not using the proper pullback or the proper fair value gap. I'm just going to go aggressively on the first fair value gap, not even waiting for a pullback or whatever. You just keep changing the rules. And especially it comes after 3 or 4 losing trades. I say that's the average number of losing trades, when especially new people are new traders trying to change the system. Maybe I should try another indicator, or I'll double size to make it back. That's the worst, by the way. And I usually do that sometimes myself. I still have to practice more discipline. So, I double size to make it back. Martingale technique, right? Or this setup doesn't work anymore, so I'm just going to learn another system because this is just the market changed, the world changed. It's just not working anymore. Changing your plan during a streak guarantees inconsistency. All right? Inconsistency is going to put you onto those tilt sessions. So I would say that's why it's super important, by the way, to have a system, to have an edge that is repeatable every day. ICT is no longer working. Yeah, I understand, and I'm not going to debate you on that. Some concepts, as I say, I mean, it's not necessarily going to work for everybody, because it worked for somebody. It's not a guarantee that it's going to work for you. A few weeks ago, we talked about that. Even finding your edge can take some time, and that's normal. But I guess we should have to talk next week about what's that point when you finally find your edge and you know that, okay, this is it. I think, by the way, there's no such point. I'm sorry if I'm taking this detour, but there's no such point when you say that, okay, today is the 1st of August, 2025. I found my edge. I know that this is the one. That's it. No, it's not working like that. No. Even when you think, and that thought process is going to grow in your head, like, okay, I think this system is good. I keep making money. I think this is good. I'm on a good way. It's not going to be just one single aha moment or a day. So it's not going to happen like that. Even if you're sure after, I mean, in a few weeks or in a few months of testing that system, even when you know that this is the one I was looking for, I guarantee you, and I'm not that I have too many years of experience, but I did talk with profitable traders who are solely making a living from trading in person as well, here in Hungary, in my country, who were saying the exact same thing. You find your edge. They guarantee that after a year, after 2 years, even more, the more time you spend in trading, your entries, your system is going to change, most likely in a positive way. Maybe the core of the system, the core of your strategy is going to be the same, but there are going to be some pieces, slight modifications in your favor that's going to help you to identify setups or make more money, or to scale up on the contract sizing, or balance or risk management on multiple accounts. Whatever it is, if you think you found it, rest assured that that system is going to slightly change over the years, because the market is changing, you are changing as a person, your mindset is changing constantly. That's why trading is a never-ending learning curve. So if you think that, okay, I'm going to learn trading in a year or 2 years, and that's it, I made my life, and I'm going to be a millionaire in 2 years. Even if you make millions in 2 years, awesome. But there's no stopping. There's no leaning back in your chair like, okay, I'm okay. I don't need more information. You do. It's always about getting more information. That's why we're here at MyFunded TV. That's why there's so many things in social media for free, by the way, to get that information. We are in the world of AI. I can't even imagine how trading is going to work after 10 years from now. These are just heavy questions, right? These are heavy stuff. Anyway, you're never going to stop learning. Never, ever, ever, ever. Never, ever. Okay, let me drink. Oh. Yes, I love lemonade. Don't worry, there's no vodka in it. All right. Last time I was drunk, not that anyone cares. Last time I was drunk, it was in 2016. All right. Small tidbit information from my life. All right. Let's go back to the topic. So, don't change your system. All right. Changing your plan during a losing streak is going to guarantee inconsistency. Your edge only works when you let the numbers play out. I know it's boring, but that's the truth. Shrink size. That's one thing you can do. Keep executing. If you feel that you did everything right, shrink down that position size. You hear me? All right. Shrink it down. And I got to pump up the vibe here. Everybody's so all over the place with the flash sale going on. I know everybody is on the checkout page right now, but listen to my charming voice. All right. You got to focus. It's still Friday. It's still working hours, man. There's no going away and doing other stuff. This is crucial stuff. This is heavy. You need to learn. All right. ITWIP. At least I can count on someone. Thank you. Okay. Stick to my... It's trash. Okay. So, sorry, but I need to keep you guys awake. Obviously, on a losing streak, size down, keep executing. All right. When confidence dips, trade smaller, but keep trading your setups. I told you guys always, but keep executing your setup. Do your analysis, keep executing. This is going to keep you in rhythm. Important. This is going to keep you in rhythm. You know the song, Rhythm is a Dancer. I don't know. This keeps you in rhythm without blowing your mental or financial capital. Now, the mental capital is the most important here. All right. It's like playing defense in sports. Survive the quarter, win the game later. Oh my God, it just came to me. Survive the quarter, win the game later. I'm gonna have to write it down. Anyway, I'm gonna rewind this later. This is awesome. Okay. I love this. Did I just say that myself? I'm gonna have to write it down, man. I don't have time. So I'm in the flow right now. Don't interrupt. Keep going. Exactly. I'm sorry it's Friday. That's why we're here. Okay. And of course, you guys love the journal. Journal more, not less. Okay. Review the day, review the week. Did I follow my plan? Was my analysis correct? Did I follow the risk management? Was this loss? Oh, by the way, super important question that just got to me. Ask yourself in your journal. This is a question you should put into your journal. Okay. Here it goes. Was this loss part of a normal probability or rule break? So was this loss a part of the normal probability of my edge, or was this a rule break? Very strong question here, very heavy. You need to answer that in your journal. Was this loss part of my probabilities or the normal probabilities of the edge, or was this loss a rule break? The answers are going to help to guide you through, obviously, in your journey. Okay. And obviously, I know that most streaks feels worse than they are, but journaling is going to add to the perspective. We know that. Okay. Exactly. My quote, exactly. Foxree, what happened? Just blew up. Have 500k evals open right now. Let's go. Come on, do it. DEW. Just maybe not now. Maybe next week. Okay, leave it for next week. Yeah, sorry. So, also, one thing you can do on a losing streak, super important. Take a. I used to call this. Take a strategic break if needed. Man, is it because I'm tired or not? Sometimes it's hard to pronunciate. Take a strategic break if needed. If you're tilted or revenge trading, step aside, obviously. We know that. The market isn't going anywhere. Please understand. Remind yourself, even with a sticky note, the market is not gonna blah, 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 blah. Not gonna go anywhere. But your account might go somewhere if you're not gonna cool down. Okay? Your account is going to be like, Fugazi, Woozy. It's a Woozy, It's going to fairy dust. That's what's going to happen to your account. Anyway, what I want to say here is the traders who win big aren't the ones who avoid losing streaks. They are the ones who survive them without losing their discipline. And it sounds boring, but the ones who are making big wins are the ones who survive the losing streak without losing their discipline. Okay, basically, your discipline is your conviction, is your confidence in your strategy. All right, cool. I love that we could cover this. I really wanted to talk about this because it's super important. Pigeon, I have $200 left on my sim. Any advice? One micro, and stop trading for today. That's what I can tell you. You're done for today, Pigeon. I'm sorry. I'm going to throw the towel. I don't have a towel here right now, but consider that I'm throwing the towel right now. That's it. One micro next week at stage 1 on the start line. One micro. Forget about the dollar. Forget about the profit. Back to the learning desk. Start all over. All right? Exactly. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to be, I'm going to name myself Coach Tom. Anyway, what is happening with the plan? So far, we are on plan C. Okay. I told you guys, we're going to go to the right. I'm always right about this. So, Coach T. Sabo. Yeah. Coach Sabo. I like to ask some questions. First of all, if you guys have questions about this topic, losing streak, risk management, or if you have questions about the plan A or plan B or anything else, it's Friday basically, so why not? Let me know. I also have some questions because I'm always being a little bit curious, especially with you guys here. Like, how do you handle? I'm just curious about it. It's just for personal curiosity. How do you handle like 3+ losing trades in a row? Can you even handle it? If you have an answer for me, I would appreciate it. How do you handle 3 losses in a row? It's heavy, right? Yeah, I know. How to control your emotion when you are on a trade? Size down, Deepesh. Trade small size. That's the only way I found so far that works best. Size down the position. Gotta go with micros. Forget about the mini. Okay. I think about my strategy, but continue trading. Thank you for the answer, Abyss. Scream at the screen. I'm gonna write that down. I like that. Getty doesn't care. That's cool. I like that. No revenge trade. Blow the account. I like that too. All right. Okay. Walk away after 3 losses. I like that. It whip. That's good. Handle 3 losses in a row with daily loss or blown. That's also a strategy, by the way. I'm not judging anyone. This is going to be a secret between you and us and you, me and you, us, you guys. So between everybody. I like that. Size the okay, down is how exactly, Alito. 3 losses in a row. Yeah, so you can go for the daily loss. Deepesh, honestly, from the bottom of my heart, that's the only thing that worked for me. It had to do something with the aha moment for me last year. I was trading with mostly with minis before that. Before last summer, I sized down to micros. I survived losing streaks better than ever before. Less account blown, less tilt sessions. That's going to help you. Low profits. All right. Take a 15-minute, 20-minute break emotionally. Like that. Maximus, thank you. Size down minimum and go for like 3-5 trades. I like that. Monitor to punch. Monitor to punch. Yes, exactly. I'm looking for if I have a spare LCD screen somewhere, but I don't. So I do have to get one as well. That's a good idea. If I get 3 days losing streak, 4th day is going to blow or pass. Babish, I understand, depending on your loss limit, right? So, but you know what? I understand. Again, I have no answer for you. I'm just curious because I was also struggling with this. This is just for my personal interest. I'm just curious. I'll switch over to Sim to get back in it. Nice. That's what I did too, Jamie. So when I'm on a losing streak, actually, this is my experience. If I'm on a losing streak on the funded accounts, I switch back to evaluation accounts. Maybe that's what you meant. I don't know. But that's what I do. If I'm really, I mean, not just for the day, but like for many days, like at least for 3 or 4 days, I just keep losing and losing. I definitely go back to evaluation accounts. I just leave my fundeds if I haven't blown the accounts. But I just go back to evaluation and try to, sorry, I'm not scrolling the chat. I mean, I'm still reading the answers. Thank you. Remove your item. How much you take to be a personal coach? I'm not doing personal coaching. No way. That's too much responsibility, and I'm not doing that. Yeah. Maybe I forgot someone says, I'm not going to leave you, Kisham. I'm always be here in spirit. I'm always going to be here in spirit with you guys. Always. Forever and ever and ever. If you guys would like to join me, by the way, throughout the London sessions and the New York sessions, there's my YouTube handle on the upper right corner. It's super simple. Tom Zabo Biz on X and YouTube. Join me there. I stream every single day, and I'm happy to answer questions, and we can go super crazy, right? First, right now, because it's Friday, you know what you forgot to do? You forgot to call your neighbor, your high school teacher, ex-boyfriend, girlfriend to like the stream and subscribe to My Funded Futures. I don't get it. How can you forget this? Do that right now, okay? Push the like and subscribe. That's the goal right now. So anyway, we needed to cover the losing streak situation. Then thank you so much for your answers. Maybe I forgot to read everybody's. If your neighbor hates you, one more reason to step to his or her doorstep, knock on the door. Come on, Weave Up. You got to go there. I don't know why your neighbor hates you, but just go there and tell them that this is the best stream on YouTube. If you do that, I know maybe you can get maybe you can get a My Funded Futures core account. Wink. Anyway, but we need proof, so that's not that simple. I told my girlfriend the sub, and she said, "What?" My neighbor said, "If Tom Sabo is there, okay, that's the spirit." Thank you, Liam. Thank you. That's what I'm looking for, actually. Okay, we need the positive vibe here. Come on. I'm not going to leave you. Don't worry. I know the Rocket Scooter fam is going to be here soon. Maybe they're already here. Oh, they're here maybe. Fish Lips. Hey, good to see you. Leo Energy. Hey. What's up, Marilyn? I told you guys, I just have to say Rocket Scooter, and they're pouring into the stream. Don't worry. I'm not going to let I'm not going to leave. I'm not leaving. Okay? I'm not leaving. We have so many more topics to cover. So tell Matt that he's going to have to wait about extra 30 minutes. Anyway, let's go serious right now. I know it's Friday. On Friday, we need to lose up a little bit because we stressed out the whole week. This week was let's just say it out. This was a little bit harder than usual. We had all these news. Papa Powell actually, did the joke on everybody. And now NFP and everything. So Ricky, good to see you. Yeah, so it was a hard week, and we need to keep the positive vibes. My Funded Futures, it's not just about all the awesome values that all the hosts are giving. Not just like Ash was awesome, Matt is always giving, and of course Terry, Bull Barbie. Now Methodical Man he was here. You know that guy, Methodical Man? Oh man, I could tell stories. But yeah, methodical man is awesome. And listen to everybody. It's not just about the value, it's about the positive vibes. If you're feeling depressed and down and emotional struggle and everything, that's not good. We talked about why it's important to find a trading buddy, but maybe if not a trading buddy, then a group of positive people, positive vibes. Get more information, not because of the shortcuts, but to feel that you're not alone. Okay. Oh yeah, 5 minutes left from the flash sale. Okay. Get it. Clint, that's the spirit. David is here. David, everybody was talking about you. Where have you been, man? I keep listening. I'm seeing like, where's David? Now he's here. Sorry, I was just chatting here. Yeah, and I wanted to say, like, I was reading chat here. Yeah, so David, I don't know where were you. Question: does SimFunded have monthly payment? No, Ariel, no monthly payment. Once you get to the SimFunded account, no monthly payment, no more payment on that particular account. Okay, all good, all good. No more, no, nothing. So, as I was saying, don't worry, I'm not gonna go away. I'm not gonna go away. I'm not going. I'm not leaving. So, I'm just saying, like, I'm glad we covered that topic. Okay, it was super important, and obviously, everyone wants to get funded until they realize it comes. Until everybody realizes it comes with a pressure. Funded accounts, obviously tighter rules. I mean, emotionally tighter rules, way less room for error. And it's not free money. It's a mental test under the spotlight. That's how, in a way, we should be treating those funded accounts. And now I just, I know we spoke about the losing streaks, and I know everybody wants to get those funded accounts, but never forget the funded accounts do require being more serious. Okay, the Rocket Scooter fam is here. I know, I knew it. Hey Vox, good to see you. What's happening? Plan A so far. Yeah, let's see the plan A and plan B. So far it seems like plan A almost like, why am I on the 3-minute chart, by the way? I don't know. So plan A seemingly wants to work, but not really. Even if I go down to the 1 minute, if you really want to force a trade here, the 1 minute chart actually broke out from this range here. Look at that. It was just ranging in the past 30 minutes or so. It broke out. Is this going to continue? Maybe, but I don't really care about it because I want to see the move on the 5-minute chart at least. Okay. Yes, Ice Wild. I'm from Hungary. I am from Hungary, or Magyarország. Did you guys understand what I just said? By the way, there's a very interesting thing about the Hungarian language. Some words are actually, for example, you say, some people, for example, let's in English, for example, you say the trunk of a car. The trunk is just one word, like trunk. Okay, you're in Hungary too. Awesome. Hey, Siestek. So you say in English trunk, okay, when you put where you put your luggage and stuff. In Hungarian, guess how they say it? The car trunk. Guess how they say it in Hungarian? Csomagtartó. Csomagtartó. You're never going to be able to speak Hungarian. I know. It takes an eternity. Or boot. Sorry. Or you can say boot lid or trunk lid or whatever. You know how they say it in Hungary? Csomagtartó tető. I told you I wanted to say something cool for the end of the session. So I know. I know. Anyway, I just want to say thank you so much, everybody. I know that Matt could be here anytime, but I just want to use my time for the last few seconds to thank you guys for the awesome community, the positive vibes. I hope you guys like my segments. Sometimes I do get to be boring. Sometimes I try to pump up the vibes. It's Friday, everybody. Enjoy the weekend. Enjoy the weekend, recharge. I have to be ready. He's coming. Let's pretend. No. Oh. I can do that. Yes.
What's up, everybody?
Hey,
What's
Matt
up?
is here. Have
got
no
my,
fear, Matt is here, everyone.
I've got
All
my
right.
pet bear for the bear market, guys. Yeah.
Okay, that's awesome, man. Yeah. And I
Forgot
like to
you had that
introduce
skeleton, man.
I'd like to introduce you this guy. He's the one who keeps whispering into my ear that push the button one more time. Just one more trade, man. Just one
It's
more
not
push.
a good friend.
Yeah,
It's not a good friend at all.
Get away from me. I don't care about this guy. So, Matt, how's it going? What's happening?
Good, man. It's been good. How's it going with you?
Well, in the green, not as you like, not the 10K day, but I'm up almost $1,000 on a funded account, so I'm good on a Friday. I'm good.
That's fantastic. I'm about in the same boat. I'm barely green, like slightly green. Not taking too much risk. We have bear markets coming through. I bring the bear out when I know the bear market's here, and so this is one of those. I don't know if you have these in Hungary, but like they have these. They're like these blank things, and you drip paint all over these bears. And I actually painted this.
We don't have that. We don't have that.
Yeah, it's just like a plastic bear, and you just pour paint all over it. It's actually pretty cool. So I made mine like these green and blue stripes.
And I love that. That's awesome. That's cool.
Yeah. Awesome, brother.
Cool. All right. I don't know what to say, chat. All I can tell you guys is keep stay safe for the rest of the day and listen to Matt. Thank you so much for all the positive vibes. See you guys next week. And Matt, I wish you a great session and a great weekend as well. All right.
Thank you, man. You too. Have a great weekend.
All right. See you guys. Cheers.
All right. Customary bear market. Now, like I haven't even touched my MyFundedFutures account today. I haven't touched most of my other prop firm. I only did a little bit of trading out the door, and I managed to walk away relatively green-ish. I'll even take a screenshot of it. I've only been touching the 5 accounts from this this funded program that I've been in for a while, and I only touched the 5. That's it, and they're slightly greenish, I guess. This is probably up. Was 24, 27. I'm probably up $1,000 barely on my straight to fund. Is like, other than that, yeah, bear market. We knew this happened though. If you guys tuned in yesterday to watch the stream, I literally came out of a badass bull market from April 10th until the top. I made a tweet. If you guys saw my tweet on Twitter, it was really just like essentially, as funny as it is. Now, I just basically said rip, bull market. And this is, I even lit a candle, rest in peace, bull market. Not that I'm wishing badness on the bull market, but the market's we've turned into a bear cycle probably for the next month. This is not a 1 or 2 day thing. It could be the market can prove me wrong. Everyone can decide to buy here, whatever, but we have pressed into bear territory. Now we're going to test how much people want to buy in this market. How do I know we went to a bear market? And I talked about it yesterday. What I consider a bear market are 3 specific indicators that are very crucial to my trading strategy. We call it the greater market here. I'm going to put the words greater market. And this is what we talked about yesterday. But I said, be careful when we monitor the greater market going forward. Number one is if, hold on one second, is if this ratio, the bull bear bias ratio, is less than half. It means less than half of the stock market's market cap and the S&P 500 is in a bear zone instead of a bull zone. It means it's being hedged bearish, puts are in the money. That's actually bad. This is the first time since April this number's been less than half, okay? That's number one. Number two is if S&P itself, SPY, okay, and on the time frame of this is the now reading. This is all the stocks right now. So in the near term, all the stocks are bearish today. The medium term on the month term is if SPY has fallen below its monthly hedge pressure and now it's getting gamma pressure to the negative side on the short side. And that happened today as well. Monthly hedge pressure is a number that you want to see holding on the bull side, and it absolutely is not today. We have broken through it and are fighting at it. This is one of the key things to take note of. If the market is going to recover, we need to reclaim the 625 level on SPY. It's very important to not have us below this. This one line is line in the sand for bear market, bull market for the course of a month. We've lost both of these. This is about a month outlook into the future, okay? Somebody said you're banned. Are you the guy they banned yesterday? Oh, they only gave you a 24-hour ban, but if you act up, I'm going to ban you for life. So you guys be nice today. I love you, but y'all be cool. No more being crazy in chat. Okay. Next one, monthly maps. Okay. Where you got, this is like your second chance. This is your we love you enough second chance. Everyone in life deserves a second chance. I'm in a good mood today because I'm not blowing up accounts in a bear market. Last thing, monthly maps. Monthly maps. Yesterday, and why I called at the end of the day yesterday that we were going to be bearish. This is a very, 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 very good trick. I've been very good at calling these pivots, and I know I showed this to you guys plenty of times, but I'll show it to you again. I've used this monthly maps tool for a very long time. Since we created this many years ago to nail really big pivots in the market. And I'm going to tell you that this is another time it's flagged a big pivot in the market that probably yesterday was the top of the market for a while, maybe for a month. I would say this is a healthy correction, healthy pullback, even maybe not even a full correction. And I wouldn't be afraid of it. I'm not out there trying to long the market for like today's the day I want to get back into the market and buy the dip. It's very easy to see that this is not the time to do that. And as long as you guys are hanging out on the stream, and again, it's not investment advice. This is just my opinion. I'm some random guy on the internet. But here's the picture that I've done this before. And I think the market's going to keep pulling back. But after COVID, right? And these are all the dates and timestamps of my tweets. We had all these waves. I was bullish from the base of COVID all the way through. And right here on this day is when I said it's time for a bear market. I don't really make big calls like this too often. And it's one of the claims of fame I can say that I have. I very rarely will talk about the end of a bull and bear market. Very rarely. Here I called the top. Here I said we're bottoming for 2 months, and we did. Here I said we're bottoming until the summer, and we did. And I said this is the bottom of the year in the recession. This is all from 2020 all the way until now. I also have a similar post in December before we started selling off. And I also have a similar post on April 10th before we started rallying. And today I finally made my other call that this is the top of the market, at least for the next month. And again, I know you guys might have some fun like watching me make these calls and stuff, but I'm very serious when I say this is the end of the market run. This is the end of the bull market run. I'm very confident in it. This is not the dip to buy. Yesterday we smashed through hedge pressure, monthly hedge pressure, liquidity pocket. We follow all the way through, and monthly map is the last piece of safety that we have in this market. Is whenever you fall out of the dark gray and you sell off one day hard enough to enter into the light gray the next day, you are now in a bear market potential for as long as you see light gray on the map. And this has light gray until September. So this is telling me that August is likely to be a sell-off month. I've gotten it right ever since I created this back in late 2020. I've gotten every major pivot correct with the same technique. And this is the day at the end of yesterday, I said, this is it. I even drew on my chart, 625 or 635 SPY was the level. Sorry, 625 SPY. No, QQQ, sorry. QQQ, as you see at the end of yesterday, when we had Amazon and Apple earnings, just kind of didn't do much in the market. We smashed through all these major pivots. And yesterday 565 was the level. I said 565 was it. I made a tweet. I made a post in my Discord that said if we gap even 20 points lower on the S&P is also in bear territory. And this monthly map looks 3 months out. So the greater market, the rule of thumb that I have is if one of these indicators is bullish, I'm bullish. If all three of these indicators are bearish, I'm bearish. And yesterday, when we lost this one, I anticipated that the other two were going to be bearish and we'd wake up to a bear market. And that's what we had today. And last night is why I tweeted, "Rip bull market, rest in peace." Hopefully that makes sense to you guys. And I don't know, I'm not really watching it, but I'm going to anticipate that when we hit this key monthly hedge pressure pivot just now, I'm not even seeing it. I'm going to guess that we are trading down. Let's see if I was actually right about this. Let me just refresh my platform here. I can't even see the chart, but I'm assuming it's probably trading down right now. It hit that orange line, just immediately pivoted lower. And look at that. Looks like I was right. Not the dip to buy today. Where's my data? Where'd it go? There we go. And so I'm not doing it, right? And this is annoying. Come on. Update candles. Where is it at? Come on, baby. Oh, here it is. Yeah, and then we hit the monthly hedge pressure, and now we're back below it again. Very cool to see this, right? You guys can hopefully see that. And then that's exactly what I'm anticipating. Is some rejection there, and the market to continue to saying commitment traders. Oh yeah, DJ. Yeah. Let's talk about it. Hold on, give me a second. Let me let up the commitment traders report. Let me see what's going on over there. But are there any updates that are worth talking about? Are you saying a DJ boat? Tell me to load that up. I got you. Another rule of thumb in bear markets, and I'll tell you, so once you can identify you're in a bear market, I pretty much nailed it last night. On the pivot, I said this was the day. You guys know since April, the joke was Matt never presses the short button, right? And that is a pretty funny like meme, I guess, here. You know, you guys have been watching me trade for a while. And Matt doesn't press the short button too often. Only in a bear market, you'll see me shorting. And about half my trades will still be longs in a bear market. So just keep in mind. All right, let me load up some stuff really quick. Hold on. All right, here we go. Let me clean up my chart. So now we've established that all three of my greater indicators are bearish. Now let me pull up the commitment traders really quick and let's take a look at it. What did you want me to look at, buddy? Or are you saying that the report was coming out today? What were we trying to tell me to look at? I thought you were telling me to look at something specifically. Okay, so on the COT report, the market is still fairly liquid, at least over this course of time. We need to get the new read. And of course, like when I get that, I'll be able to analyze further. Doesn't seem like there's much that I can read off of this that shows there's any kind of reversal potential just yet. When you see these green and blue lines are fanning out from each other, the market's still pretty liquid. In the last couple of weeks, it has been. So COT is not going to be any help today at giving us, and it's delayed data, so we got to wait for something better, right? But yeah, so as far as it goes, last night when I said rip bull market, that's me saying that was probably it. And then of course, when I told you guys about VIX the other day, all right, I have to share this with you guys. So it's a meme in my channel that people make all these really funny songs and pictures of me in my Discord. And they were making fun of some other firm, not to name a name, but that you can get a jacket and put patches on the jacket, or like get your free jacket from this other firm, not MyFundedFutures, but celebrate your achievements by putting like your payment patches on the jacket. So somebody made an AI Matt with patches on his jacket with all these millions of MyFundedFutures patches to celebrate all of my wins here at MyFundedFutures. Who is this guy? Doesn't even look like me, kind of. Look at this. Look at all my achievements, guys. Look at this. My mom will be proud. Look at my letter. Jackets. The memes go so thick in channel. It's crazy. So apparently I've got so there's some funded next patches on there, and there's like 8, 10 MyFundedFutures patches. I'm an accomplished trader, guys. Yeah, so, at the end of the day, we're going to celebrate with MyFundedFutures letter jackets coming out soon, I promise. And, for every single time you get a payout in a pro account, you get a banana patch with Barbie's name underneath it. So that'll be fun. It's coming, I promise. We're making them now. So stay tuned. Like a varsity bomber. Yeah, for real, right? So anywho, today market is kind of bearish. It's not the best setup. And of course, in a bear market, one of the tricks I have, there's 2 rules of thumb in trading in a bear market. Number 1 is you never chase a short. When you see it red, never chase the short. And I talked about this today on my stream. There's something to note about bear markets. Bull markets are the easiest to not blow up in as long as you're bullish. You can long stupidly at the high. Bull markets tend to become less volatile as they move. And therefore, bull markets will likely reward you for just being dumb and chasing at the high. Bear markets will punish you in a very horrible way by chasing at the low. Volatility is getting lower as markets are going higher in a bull market, which means the little V's that you dip, the dips get smaller on the way up. Volatility is going up when markets are going down. So when markets are going down, when you chase the short, you get squeezed bigger by entering at the wrong place. So in a bear market, entry efficiency, what I tell you guys, entry efficiency is about being right from the right place and being wrong from the right place. Entry efficiency is the most important part of succeeding in a bear market. Bear market is the hardest to master, but when you master a bear market, it's the easiest to profit in. Why is it the easiest to profit in? Because your trades move quick, which means you can trade small. You're starting to see 80 points in the NASDAQ, right? 80-point candles every minute. You're starting to see 20-point candles in the S&P. It doesn't take long to make thousands of dollars with a contract or 2. So in bear markets, get used to trading micros. Again, not investment advice, but take it from me. When Matt's bearish, and Matt, when I told you guys, you're like, Matt only press the long button. I said, I'll be a bear sometimes. And when Matt is a bear, I'm always trading small positions, smaller than normal. If I'm normally trading 1 to 2 minis a day, I'm not going to be trading like 3 to 5 micros. Don't even think about it. 3 to 5 micros make just as much as 1 to 2 minis when the market's moving 4 times the distance. And so don't take a lot of risk in bear markets. Immediately shift your mentality to bear market being choppier, faster, crazier moves. Position down. All my accounts. I'm not out there throwing 2, 3, 4 E-minis at this, okay? That's number 1, all right? And entry efficiency is very important. Number 2, I say in general, number 1 is don't chase a short, okay? Rule number 2 is whatever you want, you're going to get. Now, it sounds like a very funny rule, but it is the most important rule. Whatever you want, you're going to get. And that basically says the market's volatile. It's going to go everywhere. Whatever you want to happen is going to happen. And this is a really strong rule of thumb in bear markets. Whatever you want. I think I went along the liquidity pocket right here to here. Okay, it's going to happen. So wait for it. Why? How do I know it's going to happen? I don't know. Maybe. It's going to happen at some point. Market's volatile. It's going to happen somewhere. So let me wait for what I want. Don't think I need to get in on what's going on now. Don't worry about now. In bear markets, forget about now. Whatever you want to happen will happen. I want to short this orange line. All morning I said that. I want to short this orange line. Okay. So as the market is moving higher, it sells off, it sells off, it sells off. I don't jump in and say, oh man, I missed on the trade. Let me get in on this. No, wait. Whatever you want to happen is going to happen. When I short, I only short on a green candle on a pop against a pivot with volume. And that's it. And I wait for it. I don't get in early. I don't jump in late like I miss it. Entry efficiency means I can get in. How do I know what I want to happen is going to happen? Because of volatility. Volatility means the market is going to be V'ing all over the place. Big V, small v, big V, small v. It's got V's all over. Whatever I want to see happen, we're going to pass through it at some point, right? So does everybody understand my rule of thumb when it says whatever you want to happen is probably going to happen? Just wait for it. It's a rule that basically states wait for things. This is really what the answer is. So in number one, don't chase a short. Number two, whatever you want to happen will happen. If there's a pivot you want to buy the dip on, you're going to run through it at some point. Market's crazy. What's my bias right now is absolutely bear bias, short side. Market's completely dying for the next month. So does everybody here understand the rules? Entry efficiency, so important. If I want to short, I will get that pop that I want to short from, wherever it is. Pick a target, any target. Price is very likely to go to it at some point. Way up, way down, wait. Never jump in on one side of a bear market and try to get the rest of the move. Like, oh, it's selling off. Let me just jump in. I think I'm going to jump in. I missed the short. When I short in a bear market, it is always on a green candle to short off of something. It's never to chase direction, never. Volatility is too high for you to get rewarded with terrible entry efficiency. And in a bull market, entry efficiency is important. However, you're kind of rewarded for being stupid. You chase the high and you chase the high and you chase the high. I kind of want to get in on this. And then, oh my God, I made money. Oh, cool. Because the market's not volatile. It's not likely coming down in a bull market. In a bear market, it's likely going to go everywhere. So just wait for what you want. In a bear market, also, the reason I say bear markets are so much easier to trade than bull markets, it's because your pivots, it will go all over the place. Just wait for a high probability setup. There's a higher probability you're going to touch them. A lot of your bull market trades are like the market has been trading up one day and then up another day, then up another day, and then up another day. And you see this and you're uncomfortable. Oh man, I don't know if I'm long at the high. Yet you watch me trade and every day I'm longing at the open, longing at the open, longing at the open until it finally doesn't work. And then it's like, okay, now time to be a bear. It's uncomfortable trading a bull market because most of your trades are like, we moved up pre-market, we've gapped up today, and oh my God, it kept going. And you miss out a lot, right? Or in a bull market, you take the long at the open and then it dives out and then you take a loss and then it falls to a strong pivot and then it rallies back up and keeps going. And a bull market is going to test your resiliency on managing your position size. That way you can survive the couple times you're wrong and get back in on the long side. A lot of times in the bull market, you'll see me red for the first half of the day and green by the end of the day. That's normal. Because in a bull market, you're just kind of having to bet that it keeps going. But in a bear market, what makes it easier to trade is only easier if you master it. It's actually the easiest to blow up in because of the volatility. But when you master it, it's testing one key skill set that you must have to master it. Mastery in a bear market requires mastery of patience. Once you've mastered the patience game in a bear market, all three of my greater market indicators are bearish. Patience is how you win this. Wait for whatever you want. All morning today, I told people I'd like to short off of orange. And when we got there, my confluence wasn't there. And I decided to not take it. Even though it's selling off from there, that was the pivot I wanted. All morning, I was waiting for it to happen. And that's what happened. And that's what I'm going to do. I want to hit a target and then trade off of it and wait. So if you can wait for what you want to happen in a bear market, it becomes easier if you learn to wait. And waiting is the hard part. And most people don't have the ability to do it. In the last, 3 hours, the market has gone, this is QQQ, 240 points worth of travel, up, down, up, down, up, down. Tons of volatility in there, tons of places to play. And waiting for what you want to happen is the hardest part of that, right? Be a master waiter. In any market, you need to be a master better. So here at MyFunded TV, you will all become experts at master waiting and master betting. Very true. Very true. 100%. This is the skill set that we teach you here. You see what I did that? And all right. Stop. Okay. So anyways, this is very important. Wait. It's volatile. It's going to go all over the place. Whatever you want to see happen, just let it happen. And when it does, take a reaction. A couple of rules of thumb I have is the market is what's called a catalyst is active. This is a whole different thing. I don't have time to go through all of it. Below this pink line today, 872 on NASDAQ, the market's going to be crazy. If we lose this, the volatility is going to speed up and be chaotic. Anytime you break through this pink line, you will see abnormal amounts of volume and it will be scattered and chaotic. So what do you guys think about yesterday, my analysis of this bear market, right? Do you guys think I'm on the right page? Do you think we're bearish for about a month? I don't think in general the market's going to be recessionary. Inflation's slightly high. The Fed might still cut rates. Apple and Amazon were beating earnings actually yesterday. They did better than expectations, right? And we still aren't really rallying. So what's the problem here, right? Why is the market pulling back? Well, today, non-farm, and a lot of people I think are going to chalk today up to non-farm, but this is a greater thing because yesterday, unless the numbers leaked early, we had all the same information yesterday. Hold on. The non-farm payrolls came out today, kind of really bad, and the participation rate's also very low. I keep talking about this number. It's not good. And the job market stalling out has a lot to do with a couple of things. Is number one is pre-COVID, the participation rate is an indicator of the supply of labor. It's people that are working age population, either working or looking for work. And so as you see, before COVID, this was really great and actually going up. We were in this nice booming rally. And then COVID happened and we've never recovered to pre-COVID levels, right? And what's the reason why? And the reason why is because people learn that they can work from home and start their own businesses. And that's really what you're seeing right here. COVID kicked everybody at home. Everyone got laid off and everybody became, I don't know, a trading guru or a sell these things at home or real estate specialist or whatever. Everybody is an influencer now on social media. That's the new job since 2020. And so nobody else is going out there and getting actual jobs with actual companies anymore. And then AI, right? AI is the reason it's curving down a second time. Yeah, you guys nailed it. Right? This is the normal pre-AI world. And then COVID happened. And then now it's like, oh, I can start a business at home. And, there were people that are down here doing that. And not everybody was able to do it. So then people started going back to work in 2022. They needed money at the end of the recession. And then somewhere in early 2024, fewer and fewer people are looking at jobs. How do I know it's AI? Well, probably in the last year, I get like 3 or 4 messages on Twitter a day. Hey, bro, I like your content. Check out this 5-minute video I made. I can make your content better and boost your sales and boost your impressions. And hey, I can make thumbnails for you. Hey, I can edit your videos for you, this and that, this and that. Everybody is out there with their own stay-at-home business due to AI, especially in the world of influencing and social media. I'm being pitched 5 times a day, I feel like, on X, right? So this second leg down has everything to do with AI, making it easier for people to start stay-at-home businesses. It's not just AI taking the jobs. A lot of this, I think, is people using AI to make their own job. This is the new Gen Alpha way to get a job, is make your own job. And AI is doing everything for everybody. So because of that, you can see that there's just not this big rush in the companies. And so what that means is the companies that need employees to come in are going to have to pay people a lot more to come get those jobs to entice them to come back, which means companies are going to have to spend even more money out of their bottom line, sorry, out of their pockets, and lowering their bottom line even or making even worse for themselves, because they're going to have to fork out more money to get people to come in to get the jobs as they're there. And the jolts were showing that there are available jobs, and the low participation rate says people don't want to take them. So it means companies are now going to have to pay more, which means the cost of stuff is going to go more, which means inflation is back. And this low participation rate mixed with inflation, mixed with tariffs, is a very bearish sentiment, as people, I think, started selling yesterday, anticipating this lowering participation rate being the thing that's going to create more front-end inflation, very similar to what happened in COVID. In COVID, the salaries went through the roofs, and so did the cost of products. And now the salaries are going to have to start going through the roof again on top of the tariffs, and the cost of products are likely to go up. And this is why I think the market is sort of hesitating right now to continue to be bullish from here. What I don't think is that this is recessionary, though. This isn't 2022 level of recessionary. The tariffs will have a trickle-down effect that I think will actually benefit the American infrastructure over time. So I think apart from maybe August and maybe, if we're unlucky, September being kind of pullback, this is just the halting 1 to 2 month pullback and what's otherwise going to be the best bull market we've seen in our lifetime, I feel. So that's just how I think. I don't know if you guys agree or disagree. Tell me what you guys think about that assessment. Why is the market selling off from here? It has everything to do with the tariffs are finally coming into effect. And I think everybody's just sort of seeing that the uncertainties of that are going to cause problems down the road, and they're just taking profit along the way. This is what I feel. Yeah. What's this red line on my chart? A catalyst. So a catalyst has to do with the margining of futures. It's a certain distance. The platform that I use gives me the number. Down here at the bottom, there's a number in this column that says RI. It's a certain distance from the initial wave move. If you fall, S&P is roughly 60 points from this starting point. A catalyst happens. What happens when there's a catalyst? It's a predictable high volume pivot. Number one, as you see, it never fails to predict volume. It's one of the Rocket Scooter suite of tools, volume prediction tools. Catalyst has to do with the CME span and the margining practices of the CME group. There's this thing that goes on in futures, a whole lesson. I teach a whole boot camp on this thing. But you guys see how the volume is starting to spike up at exactly this level? If you break this level, here's what you can anticipate. If you break this level, volume is going to be chaotic and chaotic and chaotic and start to amplify. And what happens is the lows can get lower and lower and lower, and the sell-off can speed up really fast. I have a rule of thumb that there's absolutely zero trading below this line because the volatility is about to spiral out of control. When you drop below this pink line, another thing to take note of is the VIX and the VVIX will both be going up dramatically the moment you cross through it, which are crossing through it right now. And the VVIX is going up dramatically over the last couple of minutes. And the VIX is going up dramatically as a result over the last couple of minutes as well. Get ready to watch volatility explode again. And the market's going to continue probably selling today. Pretty cool, right? What's the trading view indicator? This is all on Rocket Scooter. So you have to get my tools to get all this stuff. So the minute that you pass through this line, VVIX is going to just shoot straight up like a rocket. And so this is where the market crashes from. Below, like it's bearish, but below here, this is crash city. And not just fall straight down crash city, but choppy, unpredictable, volatile crash city. As a matter of fact, this is a very dangerous level. If I were holding longs, which I'm not, I would absolutely be terrified to hold anything in there because this can be the choppiest ending day you've seen ever. This is a danger zone. And one of two rules I have of market avoidance: automatically sit out no matter what. I have two rules that I avoid the market at all times. This is one of them. This is where the idiots trade. I know half of you are like, crap, I'm an idiot. Well, I was an idiot too when I started. Don't worry. Down here, this is scary mode. It doesn't mean the market's going to die. If I'm bullish, I'd want to bet that the market doesn't die. This high volume pivot I can long off of. Today was that example. There was a high volume push off of that, but we're challenging it a second time. And when the VIX is climbing up to higher highs, you can anticipate that the liquidity is practically, look at the VVIX. It's so predictable how our stuff tells you this. And this is actually the handout. VVIX will go through the roof when a catalyst is active. So the volatility of the VIX is going up, which means the VIX is going to start moving, and it's moving right now. So we've got everything, and VVIX is above that 1841 level that I talked about. We needed to be below to sustain the bull market. Now we're above it today. So everything has fallen apart in the market. And yesterday we called it, right? And then today we're cautious. as a trader, you do this long enough, you'll start to get the rhythm of this. But I'm not out here blowing up accounts trying to be a hero in this market, right? What I am doing is loading up my options account so I can buy puts on the very next rally that we get at the top of the first green candle that closes green. In the next couple of days, I'm going to buy puts, maybe monthly expiring puts for August, and then try to make a buck while I aim for bottoms and buy the dip. If not, the puts are going to pay out very nicely. But I don't buy puts as it's selling. First green day, I find I'm going to buy some puts. Trump is cooking on financial juice. Ooh, what's he saying? Oh, Trumpster, always giving us the juice, man. On the juice. What's Mr. Guy saying today? How far is the strike price? Well, my options trades are always top secret. One thing I don't do is give trading advice or trading calls or handouts. My options trades are always secret when I get in on them. And then after they start moving, I tell people I'm going to do it, but I don't tell people what I'm going to do because I don't want to crowd my trade. I usually put big bets on it, and I don't want anybody else messing it up for me. So I don't announce it. It's a total secret trade that I do. But I'll let you guys follow the progress after it already takes off. Last time I bought $50,000 worth of calls on April 10th after the big day the market rallied up and fell, and I doubled my money that month. So I'm going to put about 100K into shorting this market. If I can 5 or 10x, I'd be happy. But I don't tell you guys. I don't tell you guys the strike or the target or anything. That is my secret sauce. And unfortunately, as people say, like with all, and again, a lot of people teach trading and teach people stuff, and they say like, you know, if you're so good at trading, why would you share everything you do with people? And I'm like, yeah, you're right. I don't. I don't want anybody to know about it. I want to secretly make my money on the side. So you have to be in reality, right? Not everybody is going to give you free, easy trading advice or whatever. I kind of do keep that to myself. My options trades are my big money trades. Now I'm usually risking 6 or 7 figures on them. And the reason I don't want people, you know, I don't like giving investment advice. I don't like people copying what I do. And of course, if you crowd my trade by going in there and alerting, you know, the market makers of that particular strike, and everybody, like as big as we are, 10,000 people will try to copy what I'm doing, and y'all will screw up my trades. So I unfortunately keep my big options plays secret. You're absolutely right. I've got a secret sauce way of trading options, and I don't tell anybody how I do it because it works so well. But part of why it works so well is I'm so good at predicting the pivots in the market. But again, I don't share my trade. Sorry about that. That one's secret. But yeah, but I'm giving you a hint on the next day that's green that pops straight up at the very moment the market closes. I've got 15 minutes to load up on put options, and I'll be buying puts that are about a month out in expiration. That's all I'm going to say. And I'm going to wait for that green day to happen. So that's all I'm going to do. So Chi says Matt is actually amazing. His MHP levels are usually the highest checks levels for the day, but he has that level before market opens. It's amazing. Right. That's what our algorithm was designed to do, which is to find the gamma exposure from the start of the day so you can plan for it. And that's really where I think we shine. And I'm very, very awesome that you noticed that. And I'm very proud that we were able to accomplish that. Our hedging models are very top tier. Yeah. Why are people saying bounty? Like, okay, did I miss something in like MyFundedFutures like dictionary that you guys are calling the giveaways a bounty? Like, what is this? There's something y'all call it bounty in the morning or something? Y'all want me to whip out the futures, the P&L? So what monthly hedge pressure actually is gamma exposure, but just of a certain amount of the options. We look at options that we know are belonging to hedge neutral trades that our algorithm believes are held by market makers. And so when you filter just that out, it's a much stronger pivot because you can actually assume every option in that calculation is being hedged against. So it'll provide volume. That's why people call these things CoFeppy, MyFundedFutures, LOL. Bounty, yeah, isn't bounty like a Mounds bar? Isn't it like a coconut? Which, by the way, of all the things in the world, I know I'm weird about this, but I don't like coconut in candy bars or cookies. Like I can like take a chunk of coconut and eat it. But whatever it is, when it comes to like chocolate or chocolate cake, the German chocolate cake with shredded coconut, I can't eat shredded coconut. It's so disgusting to me. Like the texture of the shredded coconut. It's like shredded carrots. Like a carrot is great when you just chew on it, But like shredded carrots, it's like mushy and gritty, and it's just weird, right? I don't know, like the shavings, right? Or like yeah, I can't do it. I can't do an Almond Joy or Mounds bar. I can't. No, I can't do it. Isn't a bounty like what you, yeah, like a pirate will have a bounty on his head or something? But people keep writing the word bounty and getting banned for it. So I'm wondering if that's what they were like trying to say what the giveaway is. Is this like, am I missing something? Is there a contingency to guarantee Rocket Scooter will still function if something happens to you, like the market makers knock on my door and kidnap me? Yeah, I do need to kind of like line up, like this will be kind of like the Matrix, right? We'll have to put everything on a flash drive and pass it on to like my next of kin, and they got to go hide out from the agents as they're tracking them down. Did Luke start the bounty trend? Oh, okay. You hate the shredded coconut too? It's something about it, right? Coconut is amazing. The flavor is amazing. And it's awesome. But when you once you shred it, it already has like a strange texture as it is, which is great in chunks. But once you shred it, it's like strange on top of strange. That's it. A bounty hunter. Oh yeah. That's exactly right. Okay. Congrats to the winners, guys. We 25. They didn't even alert me on this one. You guys got surprised and shocked on it. Awesome job, guys. Thank you, MyFundedTV, for the bounty of these beautiful lots of accounts that you give us every day. Yeah. Congrats. Okay. So now you heard me rant about a bear market. How do we trade it, right? This is the next step. What do I do? In bear markets, I use my liquidity maps just as normal. I can trade off of my pivots just as normal. Here's an example today. As you see in my liquidity map, there is a setup off to the right where I can short off of the monthly hedge pressure. I can short against the negative flow of gamma, right? The shorting against puts in the money. And so that can create some downward pressure, and I can sell off of that. In bear markets, there are all kinds of pivots I can take. And actually, while in a bull market, while 90% of my trades are bullish, in a bear market, 50% of my trades are still bullish. I'm about 50-50 in a bear market. And bear markets chop all over the place. So I can get trades in both directions. You'll see me longing just as much as you see me shorting in a bear market. It's not the opposite. Like in a bull market, I'm 90% long. In a bear market, I'm not 90% short. As a matter of fact, if you look at this, one would argue that this is really the only time the market's been selling off. And if you add the amount of time that the market was doing anything, you can see that most of the time, and this is actually kind of an impressive fact about bear markets, that most of the time, it's kind of like trending up. Bear markets only sell off rapidly and quickly over small periods of time. So the majority of the day in a bear market is actually going to be like trickling up before it takes another wave down. Bear markets are sort of like escalators up, elevators down sort of thing. So there's plenty of opportunities on both sides to trade. Bulls and bears will get paid out on both sides. But you can see ever since the big sell-off that it was only about maybe 45 minutes worth of time, the rest of the day was sort of progressing higher off the lows, right? And then the last bit of sell-off has only been about an hour. Majority of bear market is going to be more green than red. As crazy as that sounds, you're going to see that the market doesn't just fall straight down and stay straight down. This particular day is all over the place here. So yeah, so this is the first time you guys hear me say I'm a bear. I kind of think I nailed it because I caught the top. Or sorry, I called the top. I didn't catch the top, but I called the top. But the thing is that you can't predict that the bull market's over. You can just predict, you can't predict while the market's going up that this is it. This is the top. It's selling off from here. Nobody can do that. Nobody's got a crystal ball. It's the hardest thing in the world to do, is to say, when does the bull market end? But here's my final trick as we're closing out the show in about 15 minutes. I'll tell you, nobody can say that's the high. And then when you get there, yep, that's the one. You can't. There's nobody that can do that. You can't predict which hedge fund out there has got trillions of dollars, billions of dollars sitting around waiting to spend, or they're short and getting squeezed. You'll never know the end of it. Try to predict the top of GameStop when it flew up in 2021. You can't predict the top of anything. Nobody can. But what you can do is when the market's trucking along and trucking along and trucking along, and you can get that one indicator at the end of the day, or as things are falling apart, you can say at the end of the day, yep, that's probably it. That triggered everything. And then the next day you're gone, which is my last little rule of thumb when it comes to my style of teaching and training, is that I will never be early to a bear party. I will always be one day late to a bear party, fashionably late. It's cool to be late to a bear party. You never want to be the first bear. The first bear usually takes a lot of heat before they are finally right. You guys remember The Big Short, the movie, the Michael Berry thing? He was upside down for $80-90 million before he made $1 billion trying to short the housing market, right? That is what happens when you're early to the bear party. You bleed, and you don't have the room to bleed. Most of you guys are retail traders. Bleeding is not what you want to do to ultimately be right. So the bull market, you're better off just joining the herd, right? And being on the right side. When the market falls at the end of the day, then you could say, aha, that was the high. That was probably it. You'll know it after the fact. And so yesterday, after the fact, I go, yeah, this is it. We crushed through all the key levels, and we're probably going to open tomorrow being bearish. And then that ended up being right. So when you're aiming for trying to get better at analysis, as you're trying to master the craft of trading, at least from my perspective, take it with a grain of salt or not. In my quest to becoming the best trader I can be, the best chart analysis, the best whatever, the best of the best, as good as I can get. As far as I've done in the 15 years I've been doing this, the best I've ever been able to do is at the end of this day, say, yeah, this is the day that did it. I'm never like, I caught the short from the top. That's just luck. Okay. And nobody can catch that. But I know here, that's the day that did it. And I know what's different about that is that in that particular day, where the skill actually arises is from when you look at the chart. Let me make this really big so you guys can see the whole thing. When you look at the chart, what's neat about it is that, let me remove this, is that it doesn't look crazy right there. Okay. And the skill set that is, I think, pretty impressive as I've gotten better at this over the decades is that none of these days had me say it's bearish. None of these days I had it's bearish. None of these days. And this candle, when you look side by side with all these other red ones, as a quick question, does this candle right here look scarier than any of these other candles here? I just want to ask you as a general rule of thumb. Like just looking at a chart, which is what a lot of you guys are doing, just reading charts and looking at patterns and candle sizes and whatever. Does that candle to the right look scary to you like any of the other ones look scary? It kind of looks like all the other ones, right? It is. And so as I've advanced through like trying to get better at doing this, what I've realized is that the one thing that I have that's actually the best I think I can do is I can't call the top, but I can differentiate between these candles as, nah, it's still probably okay. Nah, it's still probably okay, to this candle. And I go, oh crap, that's the one that did it, right? And tomorrow is going to be even worse. And the fact is that the fact that I can do that is pretty impressive, but I think it's the best I can ever do. I don't think I can get any better at this. I don't think there's a way for me to predict, yep, that was the top and we're selling off. But I know that we crashed through all of our key pivots in a single day. Yesterday, it was crazy weird. And yesterday, you can watch the market literally just fall apart. And it's an evidence or like trick for you guys that are trading the bull market. I just trade the bull market until it ends. And yesterday, I didn't even take a loss. I actually ended up green by the end of the day. And I was longing the whole day also. It wasn't really that bad. But yesterday we crushed through all kinds of key pivots, and that was the problem. Yesterday we fell to hedge pressure and then lost it. We fell to liquidity pocket and then we lost it. We fell to monthly hedge pressure, then we lost it. And it's like, okay, I'm losing all of my really strong pivots left and right. This is probably the end of the market. And then I fell into the bear zone on the monthly map thing and I go, oh, dude, this is probably it for good. And then we wake up and the market's dying out. And so I think as I believe is that the best any trader can do is probably here say, yep, that's the one that did it. And you can differentiate this candle from all the other red ones that look kind of the same and sort of say, that's the one that's actually bad enough. And if I put it on the hourly chart, it looks no worse than any of these other things. And I think the more that I do this, I've gotten very confident at that. And, you know, it's like, this was a big red day. And heck, even this looks exactly like that. But this one was like, oh God, the market's dead. This one's like, we're probably all right. And I think as traders go, get out of your head that you think there's some way to predict the stock market, because there's not. The only thing you can do is just inch down the amount of time it takes you to confirm the reversal has happened. The closer you get to here, the better. But I think the best I can do is get right back into there. At least as a minimum, I'm not buying this dip hoping that it rallies back up. I know the difference and I nailed it right there. And I think as you guys go forward, be careful in your trading, journeys. And somebody out there trying to sell you some magic beans, they can call a top in the market. I'm going to tell you in 15 years, I think that's hocus pocus bullshit. I don't think it's possible at all. So don't be easily tricked into a guru telling you their indicator predict the top and that was it. Like, that's a bunch of horse crap, magic beans. I don't think it's possible. I've never been able to do it. At best, I feel like the best I'm ever going to ever be able to do, and I feel like I've gotten as good as I can get, is get maybe a day late to the bear party. And to me, I'm okay with that. The market's selling off for a month. I've avoided today, the first day, blowing up my accounts, trying to buy the dip now, when every other day I'd wake up trying to buy the dip. I tweeted about it last night for evidence of the call, and I knew that it was probably high probability bearish today. And so now I can approach the market right when the bear party is about to start. Now everybody's there. I'm showing up late. Like, hey guys, what's going on? Nobody wants to show up first to a party. What kind of nerd does that? Hey guys, I'm here to party. Hello? I've got my boombox. I've got my board games. Where's everybody at? You know what I mean? You show up late, high-fiving people as you walk in. What's up? What's up? How's it going? Then you're the cool one. The cool person always shows up a day late. So remember, Matt's rule of thumb in a bear market, always be cool. Show up a day late. Don't be bearish for the last 4 months trying to guess the top. You're not going to be able to do it. I was bullish every single day until the one day it didn't work. I even crawled out of yesterday, green for the day, when it didn't work. And I was like, oh crap, we're probably bearish tomorrow. And so now I'm not walking up long and out the open thinking the market's good. I understand all the parameters that I'm looking at. Volatility there. Market's kind of crazy. Yeah. So anywho, any questions you guys ever have for me, feel free to ask. I'm very transparent on my methods, my trading. You guys can watch me trade, obviously live on screen. I answer questions. I've been doing this for 15 years. I don't feel that old, but I'm kind of, becoming ancient. And my experience in the market has been, I've been through everything. I've been through a couple of bear markets, a couple of market crashes. I've been through the crazy stuff. I've been trading through it all. So I've seen most of it. But yeah, I started trading in 2010. So in 2015, I went full time. So this is year 10 of me trading full time for a living. Crazy, right? I have a 7-year-old. Yes, I do. I have a little boy. What did I do in the 2022 in that bear market? In December, before everything sold off, I bought puts, just like I'm about to do now. I did pretty well on that. And then I just day traded like normal. In a bear market, remember, have I taught you guys well, how many daily, in a bear market, how many of your daily candles are green? That's just my question. If you guys remember what I taught you on this channel. How many days are green in a bear market? What I consider a bear market. You guys know? What's the percentage? 50%. Yeah. 50% of days are green in a bear market. I'm going to be longing half the time, shorting half the time. Bear markets, I do a mix of both. Bull markets are mostly going to be up, down, up, down, up, down. Bear markets always seesaw their way down. They very rarely crash their way down. So remember, every day or two down, day or two up, you're going to see as much green as you will see red. So after these 2 days of selling, I'm not going to wake up and say, market's crashing, let me try to keep shorting this. I don't. I short off of pops, and then there's going to be plenty of them over the course of the month, right? Somebody said, if I had bought puts a few days ago, would I take profit today and then buy puts again on the next pop up? Ray, you're starting to get it. Right. Anytime you're shorting the market and you get lucky, it depends on the term length. If you're swing trading, maybe somebody went to hold through the chop. But when it comes to me and when IV crushes, right, when the market falls and IV goes up and then the market stabilizes a little bit and IV comes down, you lose a whole lot of premium, right, from the IV crush. So when you're trading puts and markets are like moving, the minute or the day that they fall and you have that big red day, I almost always will sell at the end of that one big day. If there's just a day where the market sells off really hard and make a fortune in puts, I never go, let me hold it for 3 or 4 more days. Shorts are so short-lived. The minute I get the big bouncy and that waterfall of money, I close out quick. So a lot of times when you're buying puts, you're just waiting for it to fall like another big day or two, and I'm usually out very quick. Never am I holding puts for a month at a time. I'm holding puts maybe a month out to bet on within this month, I get the 1 or 2 days sell-off, right? Yeah. Yeah, or else, as Con is saying, you'll get IV crush. And IV crushing is one of the biggest ways that puts don't really pay out that easily, because traders will hold on to puts for too long. And again, it's a whole different strategy on trading options. But yeah, you really want to just, like, when you get that big payout and you happen to be in the put side, it's different than longs. And my long trades, I will hold for a month at a time, like I did in April 10th, right? I held for a very long time. And puts, I'll hold until it finally crashes out, and then I'll usually take profit. And then I wait for the next pop and do it again, and wait for the next pop and do it again, and wait for the next pop and do it again. The one day it sells off, I take the money and run. All right, guys, 4 more minutes left today. Really appreciate you guys being here every day. It looks like there's 879 likes on the stream. You guys can smash the like button a couple more times. Give the algo some love. Thank the mods for everything they did here today. Give some love to Dane and Abby, Magnus, and all the folks running here the show at MyFundedTV. We really appreciate y'all being here every day. I promise you guys every day on my segment, I'll try to teach you something. Every day it's going to be different. It's fun. You guys now get to watch the transition into a bear market from my perspective. Every day you guys have been watching Matt the Perma Bull, and now Matt's the 1 day late to a bear party, and me and my bear are going to be there for you. So I'll teach you guys everything we know about bear markets now. So this will be fun. So bearish, I taped my sunglasses to the bear just to celebrate the bear market this morning. So now we're going to talk about how we handle bear markets every day. Remember, like I said, when you master bear markets, it's easier to trade in the bull market. All you have to do is learn to wait for your pivots. Now, with that being said, I'm out. Have a great weekend, you guys. I'll be streaming live on my channel, just like always, every single day. I might even have a few MyFundedFutures accounts to give away today, if you know what I'm saying. So join me over there as we close out this market, and we'll see if this market collapses out. If you guys have never seen a catalyst being active, and you want to see what absolute crazy volume is going to look like, come over here, and we'll share it with you in the afternoon and talk about it as we go. But yeah, I'm out, and thank you guys for being here. As always, hopefully you guys grabbed that flash sale earlier they had. I heard about it. And MyFundedFutures is the best. Oh, that's right. They are the best. We love you guys. Thanks for tuning in. I'm out. Bye. See you later. Have a good weekend.
Yeah. Charts scribbled like hieroglyphs, secrets in the mist. Candlesticks whisper, every wick got a twist. Fibonacci spiral, price dance in a trance. Pyramids of profits if you catch the right glance.
Inner circle move, shadows on the screen. Trading on the edge, chasing that dream. Cipher in the candles, fortune in the haze. The cipher in the riddle, money through the maze.
Liquidity hunt, snipers in the dark. Stop lost graves marked.